passing cleats and go out here and play some of your best friends?
It's a lot of fun. It's a good cause we're doing it for, and everyone's out here having a good time.
Are you surprised the number of people that came out today?
Yes, I must admit I really am. I knew we'd have a big crowd, but I didn't think it'd be anything like this.
Besides running back the opening kickoff for a touchdown.
Yeah, no. Well, we were expecting them to run a lot, but it looks like they kind of lost a lot of the power guys. So now we're just going to try to stop the run, or stop the pass, and then our offense will try to Yes! Touchdown! Fire! Touchdown!
Welcome, it is Pig Bowl number 50, an historic day here in Sacramento, and you are looking live at Charles Hughes Stadium, built in 1928, formerly known as Sacramento Stadium, the site of so many great events in the city, concerts, baseball games, high school football games, Pig Bowls. The first Pig Bowl, of course, as you saw just a moment ago, in 1975. Walt Gray here, along with Doug Kelly, Greg Cowett. Nice to have you gentlemen here. We already have a victory today. It's the weather. 60 degrees and cloudy. It couldn't be any better for football. Greg, you played in a lot of these games. Tell me about the conditions going in.
You know, it never rains on Pig Bowl Day. Right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. No matter what they say, it's just fun, right? It's a great time. These guys are excited. I've talked to both teams.
Yeah.
Good times. We're ready to roll, man.
We got full rosters today. We're going to be talking a lot about that during the course of the broadcast as well. Doug Kelly joins us again on the color. Doug, you've been to a lot of these games. There's always excitement when we come down onto the field. The guys are all warming up behind us. What's your feeling about this one?
Well, it's a palpable feeling, Walt, because last year's game was very low scoring, which is very unusual for a Pig Bowl game. So today, I'm looking for a lot of points to be scored. I really am.
Okay, Greg, you've got some information. The Sheriff's Department has decided to kind of change it up a little bit, the law team. I'll always refer to them as the Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, me too.
They're coming in with a new look on the offense. They really needed to do something.
Yeah, it's a great story, and I'll get into that during the game. But you know what? They've changed their offense, and the problem with that is they got 15 days to learn a whole new, I call it a language, whole new language to be efficient and effective out here. So we'll see how they do, but they've spread things out. They're going to get away from the run and throw the ball a little bit.
Okay, that's going to play out during the course of the game. And roster size is crazy. This year, there's 120 guys listed for the law team, and for fire, 90 plus. Doug, there's going to be a lot of in and out. Guys won't be tired. There's just constant change.
Exactly. And I remember, as do you, years when the law would have double the amount of players that fire had, and by the third and fourth quarters, the fire was gassed.
Yeah.
And a lot of scoring in the second half of these games. But now you can run. If we were a hockey team, you could run 12 lines.
Exactly. Greg, you played obviously in college. You played professionally as well. A lot of guys retire from playing football because it's the practices, but it's the game day you miss, right? Do you want to strap on today and get out there?
You know what? Every year.
You think you want to?
Every
right.
year, I think I'm good enough to come out and play. And I was asked by several people, come out and play one play, and I go, well, you guys don't know me very well because one wouldn't be enough.
Yeah,
right?
that's also true.
There's some old timers playing today.
Yeah.
We got a father-son playing in this game.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
We do. Doug, your keys to the game, obviously, this is almost an unpredictable game with a lot of new roster players. What do you got for us today?
Well, it's a situation very similar, Walt, to previous games. You see the keys right there.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah.
You know, you sit down at your computer and you go, okay, well, who's going to do this to what? You can look at the stats. You can look at it all you want, but that really doesn't mean a whole lot.
Right.
The bottom line is right behind us.
Yeah.
Between the lines. That's where the ball game is going to be won and lost. Look for significant contributions from the offensive lines of both teams.
Yeah. Greg, you saw Doug's keys to the game, which every coach would obviously agree with Doug on that. Yeah. Be careful with the football, and obviously your line play is going to dictate what you can and can't do in this game.
No, you know what? And I get you. I'm more into the execute right now is where we're at.
That's the Fire. That's what Fire needs to do right there.
We're going to control the tempo and do some of that fun stuff, but execute from what they're doing. Like I said, these guys play. Hey, the head coaches here have the best job and the worst job in the world. You play one game, you get to have a good time with your players, but you get to notify it on wins and losses. Right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's it.
So, Doug, you feel Fire's got to control the tempo in this?
Absolutely. I was looking pregame at the locker rooms of both teams. There's a definite size advantage for Law.
Oh, okay. All right. We're ready to go. Kickoff is coming away in just a few minutes. A lot of activities going on here, pre and post game. Here's last year's highlights. Greg, what did you see?
Oh, man, you know what? I watched this kid play, Corey Galindo play, wide receiver, UC Davis kid. Did a great job the whole game. He was the MVP of the game on that, just out and up. He just dominated Law's defensive backs all game. And I was like, man, can't we stop that kid?
Right.
I always say we, but
yeah, of course,
I get it.
Right.
But they didn't. He was very successful the whole game. They only had 12 points. The key I take away from that is they weren't kicking extra points or field goals in that game.
Right.
We got this point. We got a field goal. Law did. Scotty Brown's been kicking for us forever.
He has.
He talks about retiring every year, and I still see him back here. Nobody can take his spot. So played at Sac State. So
yes,
good
he
kid,
did. Yes,
right?
he did. Okay, here's the last Fire highlight, and I believe it's their last touchdown.
Right. You know, they're just throwing the ball up to Galindo again. He's just going over the top of the defensive back and doing a great job. I talked to him after the game because he was the MVP of the game. I was just like, man, great job out there. And you know what? He dominated. Tall kid, just went up over the top of people.
And he's back.
He mossed
him. He's back this year, but the quarterback who was throwing to him for those 2 touchdowns is not. Fire has a new quarterback, and he's got some pretty impressive credentials. We're going to be talking about him as well. He ultimately might be the guy who controls this game. Back with the opening kickoff, Pig Bowl 50, Hughes Stadium, Sacramento, right after this.
I know we sort of fucked up.
I don't know why you're so sad. You've got a roof over your head.
Bro, you gotta stop with that depression stuff. That's a white people thing.
Escúchame, en esta casa los hombres no lloran.
You alright?
It just feels like it's coming from everywhere.
Do you want to talk about it?
Thanks for hearing me out, bro. Appreciate it.
You can talk to me if you're feeling sad. Whenever you need to talk, I'm here, okay?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
All right, we're going to stop down now. National Anthem is underway. We're about 12:50 away from kickoff. All right, that was absolutely beautiful. National Anthem, always extra appreciated when you've got police, sheriffs, firefighters who are all here in one large stadium. There's a lot of people still coming in here. We're a little bit before kickoff. As far as I can see over the bridge, traffic is backed up indefinitely. So by the time we're midway through the first quarter, we should have a pretty good idea how many people are coming in here. We got the sheriff's helicopter flying overhead. Let's take it down to Kevin John, who's on the sidelines, and he's got some coin toss information. Kevin, take it away.
Yes, I'm here on the sidelines. You can feel the energy of the crowd. They actually just had the helicopters flying through the air, so it is quite electric to say the least. Now, like you guys said, this is the 50th annual Pig Bowl. So since this is the Big 5-0, I think it's only right we take a trip down memory lane. So take a look at this program. This was the very first program for the very first annual one. As you can see right here, look at that lovely artwork. Actually, I see we have another camera over here, so we're going to make sure we get a nice shot at that. And as you can see, the funny thing, look at the price. It was only $1 back in 1975. Incredible artwork. Now, oh, there's the close-up right there. So as you can see, obviously back then it was just between law enforcement. That was before they played against firefighters. But a really nice, simple program. Now, let's go 50 years later. As you can see, well, we're getting a nice look at the sheriff there. I believe they're getting ready to drop the game ball. So I'll look up there, but at any rate, you can take another look. This is at the program currently for this year. As you can see, We'll go back up to the sheriff. As you can see, they're getting ready to drop the game ball, I believe. So a lot of excitement around that. We're going to continue to take a look there as we look down, and here it is. You see the game ball, and it looks like they're getting ready to drop it. And wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. I guess this is the dramatic. Okay, there it goes. Oh, and they both dropped the balls. They dropped it like it's hot. They need to realize this is not hot potatoes. You are supposed to catch them. So obviously that was fun. Another thing I wanted to show you guys is, in order to commemorate this big game, this is the actual ring. We're going to get a close-up of it right here. And as you can see, this is the coin to commemorate 50th anniversary. On one side right there, that is, you'll see it, 50 years in the making, Pig Bowl guns and hoses. And I'm going to flip this over for you. On this side, it says honoring our fallen heroes. So this right here is the coin commemorating the 50th annual tradition of the Pig Bowl right here. I have so much more coming up shortly. I'm going to toss it back up to you guys in the booth in the meantime.
All right, that is Kevin John, who is a sports guy over at ABC 10. Kevin joining us for the first time, Pig Bowl 50. Kevin, thank you. That is a beautiful coin. I will say this. When you're trying to catch a football from a helicopter, there's a significant amount of downdraft coming at you. That's like trying to catch, Doug, like catching a pop-up at Candlestick Park.
That's exactly right.
That's not an easy catch to make.
Hey, how awesome is it that they get those helicopters out here?
I know.
That big Huey right there, I had a chance to ride in that a few times. Amazing, amazing.
All right, we are listed to be about 7 minutes away from kickoff here at Pig Bowl 50, and we talked a little bit in the pregame about the size of the lineups. And it is great because in previous years, and this seems to this game is going to continue. In previous years, you could have a roster of 50 on one team, 30 on the other, and these are guys that play football once a year. Towards the end of the fourth quarter, guys are gassed, man, and you're risking injury. And I want to bring it back to Greg. Greg, you play. I think the last time you played, Greg, you were actually coaching the Sheriff's Department team. And then game day, you put it on, and you played a lot. And at the end of the game, I came up to you and I said, dude, how you doing? And you go, I am absolutely gassed.
That's the best thing about football, though, right?
Yeah.
To feel that good after a game or that bad after a game is part of the excitement. And I always ask young players, I go, hey, your battle wounds, do you like them or do you think they're bad, right? So the player that tells me, oh, I love being gassed out at the end of the game and feeling those endorphins kicking in, and I like to see my battle wounds, that's the player I want on my team. So
there's still parts of you, I think, on the field that I can see around the 27-yard line. You left everything on the field that day.
I have a tore Achilles out there.
Yeah.
I have a bad shoulder out there.
I remember that.
There's a lot out on that field.
There's a lot of things about your career at USC and certainly with the Sacramento Surge and out here, too, a Pig Bowl Hall of Famer as well. You played a lot of years, and we're going to draw on your experiences, Greg, throughout the course of this game. What are you feeling as a player, Greg? We're literally just about at kickoff. You've warmed up. You're ready to go. Is it when you feel like you got to hit somebody first and then you've clocked in?
Yeah, you know that. I mean, it's the nerves are there no matter what. I don't care what. If you're playing pickup basketball on the sideline, the nerves are there, so they're always there until you make that first contact, get that head out of the way, slap somebody on the butt, and go, hey, good job, way to go, let's get this game going. But, hey, these guys just don't want to embarrass themselves, I tell you that. Their normal jobs is not this, so it's awesome that they're here. I always say this, well, thank you is not enough for these guys out on this field right here. They deserve a lot more than the big thank you from us.
Yeah, they cannot get injured, too, because they've got to go back to their jobs tomorrow or the next day. Let's take it back down to the sidelines and Kevin John. Kevin?
All right, well, I'm joined here by a very special guest, and all of you guys in Sacramento media definitely know this guy right here. He's been with the Sacramento Bee since 1989. He was also just named the Sports Writer of the Year for California, the one, the only, Joe Davison from the Sacramento Bee. Joe, thank you so much for being here and doing this with me. So let's just get straight into it, Joe. Obviously, this is a fun charity football game. The money is going to a good cause, but I understand there's a whole lot of trash talking between law enforcement and the firefighters.
Hey, Kevin, it's good to join you. When you see these teams come on the field, they look the part. They're already talking a little smack to each other. This game means a lot, and they get the gear on, they want to play. And I was talking to Kerry Jasinski, who's the event coordinator, and I said, is it true that both sides are accusing each other of filming practices? Oh, yeah, there were guys right here on the overpass and over. So how much of it's true, I don't know what they're going to learn. They'll probably learn that they're a little old and creaky, but the effort is there. And can you believe that years ago there were 30,000 people that squeezed in here? It's the largest crowd in the history of Sacramento for a sporting event. How can that be when there's 22,000 here? Well, they had end zone seating. I think they're hoping to get 10,000 today.
Well, you talked about it, 30,000 in the early going of it, 10,000, still a good crowd, but how can we get it back up to the days of when it was 30 plus?
This was a social event. The early years of the Pig Bowl, the first game here in 1975, they hoped to get 3,000. And players were moved to tears before brutalizing each other that 19,000 showed up. And then it swelled up, and it was always the day before the Super Bowl. It's lost its luster, not its impact, not its importance in honoring those who have lost their lives. They're going to have to keep this momentum rolling, keep bringing in alumni, but they may be on fumes, but their effort is there. They want to keep it going.
And do you have a prediction for today?
Pain, a lot of suffering, a lot of sore bodies tomorrow, but I think we'll have a physical game.
Well, I think that these guys definitely love that pain when they're out here on the gridiron, of course, playing for a good cause. Once again, Joe Davison from the Sacramento Bee. I'm going to send it back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. I'm going to up Joe on that. I'm thinking we could be close to 15,000 maybe today. And if we can get 15,000 in here, and I'm always saying just by the people who are already here, the people that I see still tailgating, and the traffic which is still going indefinitely over the bridge into Sac City College. Doug, talk to us about lineup size, and Joe mentioned, of course, you got to have a good weather day to get people to come out. What do we have?
Well, we've got 58 degrees at potential kickoff here. No rain, the good news.
Perfect.
And each team, Walt, has over 100 players in uniform. So you're going to see lots of guys in and out. Nobody's going to be in there long enough to get beat up too badly, we hope. And this is an amazing spectacle.
Greg, what would you do if you were head coaching on either one of these teams? Do you have enough guys where you will have a punt special team of just 11 guys, a kickoff, different special team of 11, just so you get people involved in it? That way you don't have to have your main guys playing special teams.
Yeah, I'll tell you, in this game, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get some of those guys that come out and put in the hard effort at practice to see the field. Yeah. Their parents, their kids, their family wants to see them out there doing something. So, you definitely get away with that. If you talk about what the pros do, heck no, it's mostly starters on those special teams. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Doug, what do you think is going to happen here? We've talked a lot about both teams. Obviously, there's a new quarterback for the Fire squad that we really got to keep our eye on. Nico Fortino, number 15. He's played in the American Football Association in Berlin, Germany. Mm-hmm. Also was a starter at Lewis and Clark College in Portland. He's the unknown X factor in this game. A guy with a ton of experience who's for the first time we're going to see him for Fire.
Well, he's certainly a good-sized young man, at 6 foot to 220 pounds. If I won the toss and we were waiting to see who does that, I want the ball in the second half.
Okay.
I always want the ball in the second half for the simple reason, if you're trailing, you need it, and if you're ahead, you can build on your lead.
It looks like Fire's going to be kicking this one off, so we're about ready to get busy here. Greg, take it the last second here. What are you feeling?
Awesome. You know what? 50 years, guys.
Yeah.
Well. Here we are. I never thought it would occur. I got to play in this game at the 25th. Now we're here. It seems like yesterday. I'd love to be out there.
Well, they're going to switch sides now, so apparently there was a little misunderstanding with that fancy coin that was tossed up there. Everybody was admiring the artwork on the coin. I forget which way they needed to go. But it's not going to change anything. Fire's going to be kicking off to Law here to start the 50th Pig Bowl game here at Hughes Stadium in Sacramento.
Law with the Notre Dame style green and gold jersey.
Now, Greg, we already talked about Greg being USC. You're going to throw him off his broadcast game here. You're going to start that.
Much like UCLA threw USC off the bus last week.
Doug Kelly, a graduate of UCLA. Greg Cowett at USC. I'm a little bit more humble, Division I AA Rhode Island, so I'm of no threat to either one of you. All right, it's going to be number 12, it looks like, kicking off for the fire department, and that is listed as Chad Alvis, who also serves as a defensive back. Chad, 6 foot 210, and he's going to be getting us going here in Pig Bowl number 50. We're just about underway. Let's do it. A little bit of a mishandle there by Law. That is a nice, actual good return to the 42-yard line. That is number 9, Terrence McDonald, who was our 2017 game MVP, who caught TD passes of 35 and 21 yards. So Terrence also adding kick returning responsibilities.
Well, sometimes, Walt, when the kickoff is bobbled only slightly, it can open up lanes upfield, and he took advantage of it. Great starting position at the 42 for the Law.
Greg, what would you do if you're the Law in this situation? You're going to try a few things to see what works. You want to run first? You want to open it up, pass? What would you do?
They got their scheduled plays, I'm sure, but we used to always throw one exciting play to start these games.
All right, first pass over. Not much, probably no gain at all, as the Fire had that one pretty well smelled out. You mentioned your first set of plays. Bill Walsh with the 49ers had the first 15, and was like, let's control the tempo. Let's see what they're going to do to react to us.
Well, you're going to see it right here. This is not what Law has been doing in the last few years. Like I said earlier in the pregame, they've got a whole new offense right now, and they're going hurry up, which is not like watch it, because it's not a hurry up. They're just getting on the line of scrimmage, calling the plays from the sideline. So it's not a fast tempo, but they could do it. But they're going to open up the ball game here and throw the ball more.
Andrew Betancourt is your starting quarterback for the Law. Played at Christian Brothers, graduate of 06. Betancourt throws. It's complete to the 50-yard line. That should be just enough for a first down. Let's see where they spot it. Nice catch. That was John Ward, wide receiver, making that catch. It is a first down. Here's your starters on defense for Fire. They saw Roy, Casanova, and Kelly. Thaden Hadley, who had a great game last year. Mahoney and LaRussa, your backers. And your backfield is Nelson, Crowder, Richmond, and Adams. Just underway. We got a little stoppage in play here. They're maybe going to try to figure out exactly where this ball is being spotted.
Yeah, that is exactly what they're doing.
All right, while we have this early timeout, we're going to take a break. Scoreless, just underway. Law versus Fire. We'll be right back.
My name's Stacy, I'm 57, and I was adopted in 2020. One teen can come in and make you look at life in a whole different way.
You know, he's my father, so I look up to him a lot. If I can be 10% of the man he is, I'll be a happy person for sure.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
We are back live here at Hughes Stadium. There is a meeting at midfield. Greg, you're speculating as to what this is about. We're just underway, and something is amiss.
Well, I looked down when you said it was first down. I was like, where are the chains at, right? And I wish, you don't know how many years I thought the technology that we have out there right now, why do we have chains on the sidelines? But we really don't have chains on the sidelines today.
That is amazing. You would think that could be something in planning a Pig Bowl. Hey, nobody called the chain gang, right? No. And the officials are dealing with stuff in the pregame. Because the chain gang's always there. It's not anything you're going to have to check to see if the chain gang is here.
And for years,
there's no chain gang.
It's been volunteers, right?
Yeah.
Guys in the community that have done it for years. So somebody just didn't contact them, obviously.
So, Doug, in this situation, what would you do? I mean, you're not going to stop the game, so we just do the best we can, or what?
No, what you do, Walt, is you've got to have the two officials on either sideline. They have to be right on top of the play.
Okay.
And the moment the player goes out of bounds, you stand right there until you get a definitive spot, and then you assume how much more you need for the first down if you didn't get it in the first place.
Hey, this is a Pig Bowl. They're going to grab two guys with beers in their hands out of the crowd and put them down on the field.
Well, they'll be lucky if it's just beer at this point. There's some other beverages floating around, and I think we got to be getting close here, unless the officials are waiting for Hughes Stadium staff to go to a storage shed.
Here they come.
Yeah, and if we can get a shot of this, someone's bringing the chains out. Your head referee today is Jerry Springer. Marty Tomlinson, Max Tapia, Herman Brown, Brad Werner, Joe Freeman, and Ian Clifton are your game officials today. So that takes care of that business, and they've already been put to the test here in the first minute and 8 seconds of this game.
Brad Werner's a good friend of mine, lived down the street.
Okay.
SPD sergeant when he retired, so not saying that's going to help us out at all.
And his dad, Bruce, was the longtime AD at American River College, good friend of mine.
All right. Well,
I golf with him all the time.
There's the chain. There's the chains. I wonder if the gang is going to come with the chains, or whether, as Doug speculated, one of the officials is going to have to do double duty and hold the marker. He's going to set it down right now, like wait for somebody to step up.
Tell you one thing.
I've never seen this.
It's a Pig Bowl.
Mike Pereira would not be putting up with this.
No. All right, we're about ready to get going here. Andrew Betancourt, who's the starting quarterback for Law, 2 for 2, 8 yards. Early stats here from Will James, he's our human computer who's done stats here, and for many, many years. You can also catch Will, of course, on the Access Sacramento football game of the week. We're going to be talking about Access Sacramento's already scheduled next football game, which we're already looking forward to. Access Sacramento doesn't mess around. They've already got their game schedule figured out. So we'll be talking about what's next for them coming up in just a couple of moments. But in the meantime, we're still trying to sort out the situation. So how do we get to this? We mentioned earlier, Guns and Hoses has been going since 2003. Law has won 15 of these 20 games, which is truly dominating. However, Fire has won the last two by scores of 12-5 last year, 29-22 2 years ago. So there's been a bit of a change of the guard here, and obviously Fire has really loaded up. They draw from a pretty wide region. It's not just firefighters from Newcastle, Sacramento, and Stockton. Greg, they're drawing from a pretty wide area to get players.
Which is awesome to me, because Fire used to have like those 22 players out on the field, and we just wear them down in the second half and win the game and dominate them physically that way. So it's, you know what, for me it's all positive that they got these players out there playing now, and to see the rosters this size. There was a time and point in my career where I was like, why are we not getting players out here, right? There used to be cuts in this game back in the 1 and 2.
Sure.
They used to cut players off this team, and I was like, it's a charity game. Everybody that's showing up is family and friends and paying money to get in, so that's what we're trying to do.
There's the history of the original Pig Bowl, 1974 to 2002. Police won 14, the sheriffs won 13. So in historical terms, it was extremely balanced. However, the Sheriff's Department won the last 5 Pig Bowl games by a combined score of 123 to 18. So those last 5 games, I remember doing that last game, and the police squad, they were like getting low on numbers. And I remember when it switched over to Guns and Hoses, it was mostly the sheriff's department with a few of the police guys, but really the police department they were like at the end of the rope there.
They were, and that's sort of what got this game going. And Walt White, who was with the Fire back in the days, he sort of brought that idea out that we could produce a team, and they did. And you know what? That's why if you start looking at the scope of who won what and who didn't, that's because they weren't accustomed to playing all the time, and we were back in those days.
All right, here we go. Betancourt in the shotgun. That is a design play, and they're going to let him run. Betancourt picking up about 6 yards. That is a first down. And in the distance, you can see the chains are moving. They got a chain gang to go with the chains. And the Law on the design play. Andrew Betancourt graduated from Christian Brothers 2006. They're going to make that dog run a little bit. They're going to make him earn his money today. Betancourt, who, of course, went on and did some coaching at Cosumnes Oaks High School. And he's in charge of the Law today, Doug.
Jose Camarillo with the stop, but a good penetration by the left side of the Law offensive line. We talked about that earlier.
Betancourt, handoff. Not much going on there. Nice defensive front line pressure by the Fire Dogs. 26 on the carry for the Law team. That's Michael Booth, 6'4", 205, as the Fire. And you talked about this earlier, Doug. You had seen the players kind of loosening up, and you felt that Fire had a decided size advantage. Big, young guys on that, especially on that D and O lines.
Well, and in a couple instances, Walt, some of the guys who played in this game, like Jim Walther, forever, still in great shape and still having fun playing.
All right, Betancourt. Looked right, nothing there, and he's going to go down. About 4 or 5 Fire Dogs on him. And he tried to check right. Nobody was there. It looked like he was going to maybe do a quick pitch out to the right flat. That shot was closed, Greg, and there wasn't much left for him to do.
Well, you know what? Fire's going to adjust to what they're doing right now, and I think it's awesome. But last year, that's exactly what happened. You know what? Law cannot move the ball throwing last year because their defensive backs and their linebackers did such a great job. So this year they were trying to run a speed offense so they could get away from that, and we'll see how successful they are.
All right, let's see what happens here with the Law Dogs. Betancourt is in the shotgun, as most quarterbacks will be doing today. Betancourt needs to get it downfield. The pass is complete, and I believe it is just enough for the first down to about the 34-yard line. Doug, you say first down, chains are moving. Nice throw by Betancourt, by the way. Let's take another look at it. Greg, what do you see here?
Let me tell you what, they got a kid playing that has done a great job, and I know a lot about him. Josh Gurnaby is a receiver over there. He plays safety, right? And they moved him over in this offense because they get some speed and some athletic ability over there. You're going to hear this kid's name a lot.
That is Josh Gurnaby, listed as a safety, going both ways in this game today. So first down for Law at the 34-yard line of Fire as Law continues to move the football down the field. Betancourt, once again, looks right, has a man, and a big hit. Whoa! That was, I was about ready to say that pass was complete to Lucas Woods for the Law, but he got jammed up on that one. We're going to take another look at that one and see the double coverage. Betancourt decides to go into double coverage, and it was bobbled before the hit, but Fire was on that one anyway.
Yeah, Mitch Nelson with a big hit that time.
That's what you don't get in practice in these games anymore.
Gary LaRussa, Fire linebacker, cruised over into the right area to help make the tackle on that, actually to break up the play. Again, Betancourt. Ooh. All right, there's going to be, obviously, it's going to probably be Fire that jumped, but we'll see what happens. Betancourt clapped. Fire came through, but we'll see if the O-line, okay, the official is calling it. This is going to be encroachment on the Fire Dogs, so Law will pick up another 5 yards, setting up, I believe, a second down and 5.
Ben Casanova, the man coming in prematurely. Well, my question is, whatever happened to the term offside? We now hear encroachment.
Yeah.
neutral zone.
Yeah, I'm just going by what I hear on TV.
You're
so
offside.
I don't want to be left out. All right, here it is. Betancourt, hands off. Still moving the pile, and that's again going to be really, really close. And the official signals move the chains. Another first down for the law enforcement. Greg, are you a little surprised that Law's been able to move the ball on the ground? I don't want to say easily, but they're breaking up 3-4 first downs.
No, not at all, because I think they got a great scheme going, and I think they're throwing the fire guys off a little bit right now.
Yep.
They weren't expecting this type of offense, so they'll catch up, though. They'll make some adjustments, and right now they got a heavy team in there, so they got 3 linebackers in there, and they're throwing the ball and running, so they got them off balance a little bit.
All right, first down from the 25. Pass is knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Nice play there. I believe that was LaRusso, the linebacker, who read that play all the way. Greg, you mentioned the heavy team out there. Could we also refer to that as the jumbo package?
Well, I don't know if you do on defense.
Okay.
But, right? It's a run-style defense. This defense last year was great. They're heavy on the UC Davis linebacking crew there.
Okay.
They're good athletes, college athletes, and that's a step up for most players out here on the field.
Second down and 10. Ball spotted at the 25-yard line. Your quarterback, number 6, Andrew Betancourt. Checking the line, seeing what's available. Maybe we'll audible, maybe we won't. Looks left, has a man down, wide open! Oh, just broken up. If Betancourt could have gotten just a little bit more on that, his wide receiver was wide open there for a split second. Nice play on the by number 7, Nathan Richmond, defensive back for the Fire Dogs. There he is, number 7, getting a look at him.
Another guy playing both ways.
Yeah.
And now you're looking at a 3rd and 10.
Let's take another look at that as Betancourt, you can see he looks left, then pitches it, and for a moment, look at that, could have just gotten a little bit more air. Nice play by Richardson.
But a nice athletic play by Richmond to break it up.
Yeah.
Touchdown. Let's go.
Wide open. Touchdown. Oh!
Michael Booth wide open on the right flank. Somebody missed an assignment somewhere, and that enabled Booth to make the grab and just take it in the end zone.
Andrew Betancourt, 25-yard touchdown pass to Booth, and it's 6-0. Let's see what happens here with the extra point. Kick is up.
Brownie.
Kick is good. Scott Brown back for yet another year. I can't even speculate how many years.
No, God bless
He's got to
him
be
too,
20, at least 20.
God bless him.
And he kicked at Sac State, I believe.
Yep,
he did.
And you know what he does? He kicked it far enough to get over the VIP tents.
That's
which is
it.
good right there.
You know what's cool is if he has to go get the ball, he can stop in there for a minute, right?
A freshie.
All right, Law leads Fire 7-0. We'll be back with the Fire's response after this timeout.
Even the mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. But you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
All right, here's the kickoff, and let's see what Fire can do in response. Ball kicked to the 5-yard line. Nice return. Very nice. That ball all the way up to about the 38-yard line. Doug, and what was the scoring drive? How did it look?
58 yards on 13 plays. Obviously, the big pass play Betancourt to Booth covering 25 yards. So the Law draws first blood.
That they do. Devin Desjardins on the return for the Fire Dogs. Played at Newton College and the University of New Mexico. Played his high school football, Franklin High School in Elk Grove.
And we hear a lot of his name, by the way.
Comey Tay on the carry. Comey Tay getting it up to about the 40-yard line. As the quarterback of record here for the Fire is Nico Fortino, and he's the guy that Law really needs to be working out here and be worried about. Fortuno, Tay, Desjardins, your offensive line, Price, Laffin, Michael Coleman, and Bloomquist. 2nd down and 9 for Fire. Handoff again. Looks like Comey Tay, and he's going to get it up to about the 47-yard line. The official signals a first down, and we have a flag. We'll have to see what that's about.
Well, you know what? A lot of testosterone right now out on the field early in the game. So
here's the Law defense. It's Merrill, Ramos, Carrazzo, and O'Brien. Jackson, Rodriguez, and Langensiepen are your linebackers. And your defensive backfield for the Law today, Free, Josh Gurnaby, who we've talked about earlier, Daigle, and Garth Keffler.
A lot of familiar names from years past on this defensive unit.
Yeah.
We got a couple young kids on that defensive backfield and a couple old guys that teach them what to do. So
Tay had a hole that was monstrous between right guard and right tackle. Just a huge hole.
Well, you'll get used to hearing his name, too. Offensive Player of the Year last year in this game. Did a wonderful job just running the ball and making those big plays when you need them. I say that as one of the keys of the game earlier. You got a lot of, when you play this game well, you have a couple guys on each side that are impact players, right? And they probably played college football somewhere or pro football somewhere. Doesn't mean they're going to succeed. When they get the opportunity in this game, they just got to make it work, right? And it's a mindset. And they got to change that.
When I was doing my homework for this game, some of the guys on both sides have like video websites from their highlights of this game, like you would do if you were a high school senior.
Okay, so that means they're like 21 or 22.
Yeah, you know, these kids with the social media. Here's your handoff once again to about midfield, maybe just a little bit more. I can't, is it, they're just, he may end up with maybe 30, 35 carries in this game.
No, you know what I predict? They're going to run the ball to him for a while, and then they're going to open it up and see what that quarterback's arm looks like.
All right.
I assume he's a pretty good player.
Comey Tay, who didn't get too much there, sets up a 2nd down and 8, so a gain of 2. I really expect Nico Fortino to really start opening it up here for Fire. The dude threw for 33 touchdown passes at Lewis and Clark, and he played professionally in Germany. So he might be an RPO guy, but he also might be a guy who can chuck it if he needs to, and we're about to see it. There he is. Hits a man in the right flat. Going to be a gain of maybe 3 or 4, and that's going to set up a 3rd down, probably about 4 or 5.
Anthony Davis, the tight end, with the reception. You mentioned Tay. They're pretty much content to ground and pound for the moment.
Okay.
Try and wear this group down a little bit.
I don't know. I'm no professional here, but that pass right there tells me a lot about that quarterback, just his arm strength.
All right, we'll find out more about that. And if you're a coach, you're saying, all right, maybe we can jam him up a little bit and see if he wants to throw over the top, if he can. All right, let's see what happens here. Comey Tay at 3rd down and 7 is not in the game, but there he is. He is in the game, and here comes the pass. To the right sideline, that is complete, and that should be just enough for the first down. For the first down, Nico Fortino. Again, since you mentioned that, Greg, we'll see. I mean, he may just be a dink and dunk guy, or his range may be 10 to 15 yards.
You know what? I was talking to the coaches before the game. They said Garside, who's played in this game for years, and you know his name really well, very good quarterback, came out and got inducted to the Hall of Fame this year. He said he watched him play and go, you know what? You guys are good. I don't need to be part of this. He was on the roster.
He was on the initial roster, and now he's not. And I guess it's like, cool, we got a young guy, and let's see what he can do. And here he is, looking a little bit deeper. Has a man! Touchdown!
Tim Crenshaw on the receiving end of the touchdown pass from Nico Fortino, and if there was any question about his arm, it was answered right then and there. Perfect throw.
Greg Coet, you want to change your initial analysis? That was a 40-yard perfect strike.
No, I think I was right on the dot for a change in my life, right? I think that's what they're talking about, right? Is the fact that this kid can throw the ball, he can make it look, he can hit the outs, and he can throw the ball. And you just watch his drop back and his quick feet and then his release. There's a difference in this game when you watch a pro guy or a college guy or a high school guy.
Absolutely.
Just the speed in which they do things.
Right. Fortino's throw was perfect, but that was a nice catch by Crenshaw.
Heck yeah.
If Crenshaw wasn't as good as he is, that easily could have slipped through his fingers. And that extra point is good.
Which is a change from last year, right? Because they couldn't make an extra point last year.
Here it is. Fortino got hit as he threw. That's a nice catch. That is a really nice catch by Crenshaw as we have our crew with another excellent replay.
That's right on the money.
That was excellent in our booth, and we do appreciate that. So our crew is on the game, too. We got a shootout. 2 touchdowns early on. Back with more Pig Bowl 50 after this.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
All right, we are back out here. Let's go down to the sidelines to Kevin John, and he's got a special guest already.
So I'm standing here right now with Tim Crenshaw. You guys just saw him score the touchdown for the Firefighters here. So Tim, take me through that play there. What did you see in the coverage, and how were you able to execute?
I seen him playing man. His hips are on the inside, so I stemmed him out, turned his hips, and picked up my speed for the post route. And caught a deep pass.
Yeah, but it was good. I mean, throughout practice and whatnot, did you guys know you were going to expose the secondary like this, or how did that come about?
Yeah. Our defense really prepared us against this defense. You know, they've been playing their hearts out and just really preparing us to go against this defense and come out on top.
All right. Well, we got a game right now. It is tied at 7. Once again, Tim, congratulations on the touchdown. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the booth.
All right, Kevin John, thank you. Good to hear from Tim Crenshaw. He said, you know what, it's good to practice for 6 weeks with a good defense, getting you ready to play against a good defense.
Always. It's actually one of the hardest things about this game is because you really only get 15 days of practice, right? So come out there and learn. But the defenses, those starters have to go in there and service the offensive guys to give them a good look, even when you don't want to, because you're running the opposite team's defense, right?
Right. I got a little unsportsmanlike conduct, don't know against who or what, but it looks like the law is being backed up a little bit. Doug, how about that scoring drive?
Well, 62 yards on just 6 plays, but the big one, obviously, the 41-yard touchdown pass, Fortino to Crenshaw, and we're tied at 7 with 7:08 to go here in the opening quarter from Charles Hughes Stadium.
Charles Hughes Stadium, right. There you go.
As we saw in the pregame, right, it was the passing last year on those big plays. The defensive backs for Law had some issues covering Galindo. I don't even see him out here today, but they're going to have the same issues on the quick one-on-ones, man-to-mans, covering that, especially if they have no safety help.
Now, you played defensive back in this game. After what you just saw from Fortino to Crenshaw, are you going to soften up your coverage a little bit?
Yeah.
You are going to back it up a little bit.
You know what? As a safety, I don't lose anything there. So
okay. That was unsportsmanlike conduct, it looks like, against the Fire Dogs, because the ball has now been moved up to the 49-yard line of the Law. So we'll see if Law can respond here. They got off quickly and scored the first touchdown on the first possession, and then the Fire answered quickly on their first possession. Betancourt looked right nothing was there and just said, all right, let's see if I can't do the best that I can with this one. Maybe a gain of about 2 or 3, Doug.
You're in no man's land in that situation because you're not able to get the ball to who you want to get it to, and the line has kind of dispersed a little bit, so you just go for what you can get.
There's Betancourt. He looked quickly to the right, and then he's like, please, is there a hole?
No, and that's the difference between college football and this game, right? Is that you got one read, and if it ain't there, you better tuck it and go.
One read is right. Gain of 2, 2nd down and 8. The handoff, nothing. The handoff on that one was to 26 Michael Booth, who we called earlier. He scored for the Law Dogs, but there was nothing there, and that's going to set up a 3rd down and 8 for Betancourt and Law. Greg, what would be your call here?
You know what? I'll just say this: the Fire's defense and those linebacking crew, and we're going to mention it all game long because they're solid, right? So you got to be able to throw the ball before you can run it. And if they get stymied on that 1st down play on the quick out, you can't come back with a run. I tell you that.
Yeah, we mentioned the linebackers, especially Gary LaRussa, early for Fire. So on 3rd down and 8, let's see what Betancourt and Law can do from midfield. Looking, he's got time. He still has time. Puts it up, and the pass didn't have much of a chance. Went over the head of the intended receiver. Good coverage there on Fire by number 25, and that was Hernan Rodriguez, a linebacker. So that's going to set up 4th down and 8 for the Law Dogs from just their side of the field. Greg, take another look at this one. Betancourt had time.
Well, he's just not right. That's the same thing we were just talking about. You're going off your first look, and that's all you're looking at, and you're going to come back to somebody else. So that's one of those plays you just got to give it up, right? Throw it out of bounds, live to see another sequence down the road, right?
Now with Betancourt, his first read, if it's not there, he's not the runner that Fire court. Now, we expect to see, maybe Fortino, if his first or second read is not there, he may just take off and get you 10-15.
Yeah, because he looks a little more agile.
He looks, yeah.
I'm not judging.
I'm
not a judger,
well,
but
we
I
have
can see it. I can see it.
We have to. All right, we're going to stop down for a moment. This is Time Out, and we'll be right back.
Attacks against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are on the rise.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer. In terms of the hate crimes, I think there is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
All right, welcome back. We are here in the booth. Doug Kelly, Greg Cowett, glad you're here joining us. And there is the punt, which has been marked out of bounds, trying to see where the official finally marks this one. Looks like it's going to be about the 29 and change yard line. So the Fire Dogs will open up 1st and 10 from right about their 30-yard line.
It's a 20-yard.
Yeah.
Whatever. Right?
You know what? I get mad. Whatever.
Yeah, I get mad at that because why not just go for it on 4th down when you're there?
Yeah, I concur with that. I didn't like that call at all. Go for it. I mean,
I love standing up in the booth and second-guessing coaches. It's awesome. They love me afterwards.
Exactly. We're safe up here. Yes. And by the way, great crowd. I mean, this is just, we'll talk more about that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Finally, everybody is here in the stadium. Crenshaw bobbles but holds on. Maybe a pickup of about 4 or 5. But again, Fortino going into the left flat area. Crenshaw was open, bobbled it for a second, managed to hold on. He's the one that caught the big touchdown pass a moment ago. There's the throw. Crenshaw, whoops, and holds on and manages to turn that into a positive. Crenshaw, 6 foot, 190. We just heard from him. Kevin John interviewed him just a moment ago. Crenshaw, who played at Antioch High School and Los Medanos College. Got some experience. Here's your handoff to Comite. Still moving the pile. And that's up to about the 36-yard line. It's going to set up a third down at probably about 3 or 4 yards. Take another look at this one, Doug. What do you see here?
Well, Komite is 5'7", maybe. So when a guy that short is so far down compared to the size of the guys trying to tackle him, you can kind of worm your way up the field.
Worm your way, okay, like a Dave Meggett. A Dave Meggett type, all right? Yep. Somebody who you think you got your arms around him, but you're really reaching over his head. So this is now third down and 3. Greg, what's your call here? You really could go any number of ways.
You know what? If I got a quarterback like this, I don't care what he does here. He better do some run-pass option here.
Okay. Greg thinks RPO. Maybe he'll roll right or left and see.
He's throwing.
Okay, here it is. And he did not get the first down. Interesting call on that. Really, Law has not been able to stop much of their pass. You might have thought maybe the first read would be quickly to Crenshaw in the left flat, see if he can't beat a DB to get the first down. But there really was nothing there at all. They are far short of the first down. They're going to kick it.
You know what? Well, it'll be interesting to see if he starts looking at other receivers, because so far throughout this game he's looked at one, right?
Yep, that's true. Crenshaw all the way. On to punt, Chad Alvis for the fire department. They're trying to make sure they get their package right here on the punt team. That's got to be a difficult thing, Greg, when you don't have much time to practice, is getting people in and out on
we had a Hall of Famer.
Over
his head.
Big problems here. Get it and kick it.
When somebody finally corrals it, it's going to belong to the Law.
Yeah, no matter what. Everybody is like, get it, get it, get it. It's like, it's okay. Whoever gets it, it's Law ball inside the 20. Make that Fire. Yeah, Fire's got it.
Yeah. Well, hey, we talked about it a little bit earlier about the special teams. Who do you put on your special teams and what do you do?
I know.
Who do you get into the game so they make their family happy, and then you have issues? It's a third of the game. It's an important part of this game. Turnovers, as they are, right?
Yeah.
They decide this game. I talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
2 years ago, law enforcement had 6 turnovers, right? 4 in the second half. Changed the whole dynamic of the game.
That was a big one. Betancourt operating. Actually, we're going to have a Wildcat. New quarterback in, 11, hands off up the middle. Oh, almost broke it all the way down to about the 6-yard line. In at quarterback.
J.C. Sloan. Jay Sloan. My favorite Notre Dame kid.
Jay Sloan, number 11.
Let's take another look at this one.
Hey, Jason's done a great job in this game multiple years, so he's a player. He can throw the ball, run the ball, a little bit more agile.
21 on the carry. Austin Archuleta. Here we go. Not much doing here for Law as they get it inside the 10-yard line.
Well, hey, this is sort of what happened last year, right? The law enforcement got inside that red zone multiple times. They lost 2 of them on 4th down, trying to make a 4th down conversions, and they didn't put any points on the board. So I think they might think differently this year.
What's with the change at quarterback for Law?
You know what? I knew they were going to play a couple different quarterbacks.
Okay.
Both these quarterbacks are good players. They both started for this game, so I think it gives you a little change-up.
Jay Sloan, 6 foot 205, 2nd down and 8.
This needs to be 4-down territory.
He bounced that one.
Bounce that one.
Okay, even if he had caught it, I don't think that was to McDonald. I don't think that was going to go much more than the reception area.
No.
You know what, Doug? I disagree. I think they're going to kick a. You're right. You get in this point down here, you don't have to go for it. Just get some points on the board.
I mean, that would make sense.
Heck, that's you know what the first touchdown was? It's the first one in 3 years for the law enforcement. So get some points on the board.
Well, you can eliminate all doubt by scoring on the next play.
Yes. That would.
No, I got you.
We're
looking in the future.
I'm glad Doug's here. He's the voice of reason here. He'll bring us back.
Dang it. Dad.
Yeah. All right, Sloan remains in at quarterback. As Greg mentioned, he expected a bit of a rotation. Betancourt operating on the first couple of series. Sloan in now on 3rd down and 8. Let's see what happens. Sloan back to pass. Throws. has a man in the corner, broken up very nicely. Coverage on the play once again by the Fire's number 7. That's Nathan Richmond, who has been key in stopping a couple of touchdown passes, potential ones for Fires. We'll take another look. Doug, what do you see here on this play?
Well, you got a single one-on-one corner of the end zone. Both guys same size.
Yeah.
Just a nice defensive play by Richmond to knock the ball over.
4th down and 8, and it looks like they're going to kick. And that is what they're going to do. 27 on for Law to attempt it. And that
Mr. Brown.
Scott Brown.
Scott Brown.
Sloan holding.
Here it is for the lead. And that looks to be good, and it is. Scott Brown, once again, as he's done for infinity number of big bowl games, and then back in the day at Sac State, he's money, and Law now has a 10-7 lead over Fire. Back with more action. Hughes Stadium in a moment.
I wonder if you know that I want the best for you. That I know what you're going through. I know things aren't easy, but you still show up. I wonder if you know that we can get help. That we don't have to go through this alone. Let's see how far we can go. Love, your mind.
Go down to the sidelines, Kevin John, and a special guest who's played in many of these games. Kevin.
Not even close.
All right, Kevin is talking to the special guest, but he can't hear us. So we're going to do the kickoff here.
He's talking to Sheriff Cooper.
He is talking to Coop, and that's taken at the 15-yard line. That is Crenshaw. Coming our way, has a seam, and that's a nice return to the 45-yard line.
What really made that play work was he was able to anticipate where his blockers were going to go, and they would push to the right, he'd go left, and vice versa. Good job.
Really sets up Fire in great field position. Going to mark it at right about the, let's see, they're going to place it at the 42, almost 43-yard line. All right, we'll see what Fire has up their sleeve. Law has scored in their first 2 possessions. Touchdown, field goal. Fire scored on their first possession. We'll see what they can do here, if they can even it up or take the lead behind their quarterback, Nico Fortino. Another flag. This is probably about our 3rd or 4th flag, and it looks like it's going to go against Fire. Maybe some type of illegal procedure or something. Didn't get the call on it just yet.
Tidy, 18 yards, 6 plays. Believe the PAT was actually by Samuel G.
Okay.
Number 27. The numbers are difficult to spot here, but we'll see.
Fortino to throw, has a man at the 41-yard line, takes a step back. We'll see where the placement is. That was 1st down and 15, and that may get that ball back up to the original line of scrimmage. We'll have to see where it was marked. Should be 2nd down and about maybe 12 or so. Let's try Kevin John down on the sidelines with his guest. Kevin.
Well, I am honored to be joined now by Sheriff Jim Cooper. Now, Sheriff Cooper, you've been a part of the Pig Bowl for the last 20, 30-plus years. What does it mean to see it come to the 50th annual Pig Bowl today, and what does this mean for the community?
Amazing, and thank you, Sacramento. Think about it, 50 years, over $1.7 million to local charities. That's the most important thing, and that's a great game.
It's a great game. Obviously, it'll be a great game for you if your law enforcement steps it up. Now, firefighters, they've won the last 2 in a row. What does law enforcement have to do today to get that W?
Well, the firefighters haven't been playing fair. They brought firefighters in from Southern California, not even from our region, so We're at a disadvantage, but we're going to go ahead and hopefully pull it off today. I'm optimistic.
All right, there you go. They got to win by any means necessary. And last thing for you, Sheriff Cooper, if you're coaching law enforcement, what would be your message to them at the end of the quarter?
Hit them hard, put them on their backs.
Hit them hard and put them on their backs. Yep. Great words of wisdom there from the one and only Sheriff Jim Cooper. Well, thank you so much, Sheriff Cooper. I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Kevin. John Fortino's pass is about to the 42-yard line. That's going to set up a 4th down. You saw Coop there saying about how Fire has been recruiting from all over the state, quote, putting at us at a disadvantage. Right?
You know what? I've heard this all month long. Everyone I've talked to on law enforcement's team, they're like, they got this guy, they got this guy. It never changes year after year. We always have this battle of who's doing what, who's cheating, who's not cheating.
Right.
It's only cheating if you get caught, right? So, I tell them what, man up to your competition. Let's play the game. It's a charity football game. Let's go and have a good time. Get some people in the stands.
That is true, and that's also the end of the first quarter. So we're going to stop down and get ready for second quarter action from Hughes Stadium with Fire with a football. Right now, there's your score, 10-7 in favor of Law. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
And hey, we're back, getting ready for the second quarter of action, guns and hoses. But it's Pig Bowl 50, and we've got a really nice crowd. I just looked over to the overpass driving into Sac City College and finally got everybody into the stadium. And, you know, it's always the second quarter where you can really gauge how many people have come because the tailgates are kind of filtering in during the first quarter. There's a lot of people in the end zone and food trucks and VIP tents. But if you look at the stands, and we will in a bit as Fire punts, there's a lot of people here.
I guarantee there's still a lot of people.
Oh! Is that not a fair catch? And there's a flag. Again, we see this a lot in the Pig Bowl where the guy fair catches, and I'm assuming he did here, just gets obliterated.
I love it.
This is like XFL, man.
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
This
like
is going to be
old age.
I want to see the replay on this because
it was
they're talking
Daigle
about
was the returner, one of our safeties, returning that punt.
See what the official call is.
I like it. He stood up and was like, "What?
Yeah,
you can't hit me."
That's against Fire, obviously.
Well, interference with a fair catch.
Okay. Let's take another look.
You make it sound so simple, Doug.
Yeah. Well, here it is, we're taking it late because we don't know if he put his arm up or whether he just didn't do the fair catch and was not given enough room to actually make to catch the punt.
It looks like he hit him prior to catching the ball anyway.
Okay, so there was interference, and it was not a hit of a fair catch guy. So anyway, penalty on Fire. Law gets the football at the 42-yard line, and the quarterback remains the same, Jay Sloan, who is now in his second series for Law. From their own 42. Sloan hands the football off. Maybe got back to the line of scrimmage on that play. And that is number 26 for Law. And that is Michael Booth.
You know, Walt, besides the yard markers that were forgotten, they also forgot
I had already forgotten that they had forgotten the chain gang.
That's it. It's Pig Bowl 50. We're all getting older.
This is good. Second down, it was a loss of 1.
I'm going to say watch Gernaby on these.
Sloan looking down the field, puts it up, has a man and overshoots him. That pass was intended for
That was to Gurnaby.
Josh Gurnaby, who turned to the right and then turned to the left, and that's where the football was. So not only was it overthrown, it possibly was thrown to the wrong spot as well.
Yeah. Overthrown, but a nice grab by Access Sacramento's Rick Stewart coordinating the sideline.
We have an athletic crew here today.
Can do it all.
Jay Sloan looking into the sidelines to get the call. Head coach Mike Morris and his fine crew. There are so many assistant coaches in this game too. This is like a regular college staff.
Yeah, went from high school to AR. Most of these the guys on law enforcement are AR guys.
Here's Sloan. He's got time, and he wants it all. Has a man open, and it's caught. What a catch. Double coverage.
21-yard line. Great job.
36 on the reception. Anthony Robinson is listed as 36. He's listed as a safety. But obviously, safeties, Greg, can catch a football.
No, that's what we said. You know, when I talking to the coaches before the game, they had to get some more athletic people on the offensive side of the ball. So a couple of people going, Gurnaby's going both ways, a couple of people going both ways, just to put some speed out there.
That was a nice throw by Sloan. And we'll see what they can do operating here, 1st and 10. From the 21, Sloan into the right flat. Passes over across the 20-yard line. So a pickup of maybe a couple of yards, not much doing there.
That's all right.
Pass to
Mr. Kendall Chapman.
Here's the pass. Sloan over into the right flat area, and the pass caught by Kendall Chaplin, as you said, 5'11", 190.
Kendall made fun of me a couple years ago because I called him a little kid, but he is.
Okay.
James Mahoney on the stop that time. For 5.
2nd and 9. Pass is complete, and that should be for a first down inside the 10-yard line. Really seeing some nice throws here by Sloan early in this football game.
Well,
Terrence McDonald.
Yeah, Terrence.
Yep.
He's their go-to guy all the time. Last year, he has been the last 3 or 4 years. They just didn't get him the ball last year. They didn't have the good execution between quarterback and receiver. And hey, it's tough to be out here on the defensive side of the ball and cover some of these guys when you haven't done it in years, right? So.
Yeah, but he gives me a little Jose Whitfield vibe, does McDonald, and that's not a bad thing. Sloan wants to throw it in the end zone, just overshoots his man to the right sideline area, passes incomplete, and that's going to set up a 3rd down and goal, I believe, from the 9-yard line.
That one never really had a chance.
No, it didn't. Let's take another look at this. What do you see here, Doug? You mentioned it didn't really have a chance.
It was tipped. First of all, it was tipped at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And, of course, that's going to throw everything off. But the bottom line is that incomplete, we move to 3rd down.
3rd and 9.
They still have 2nd up on the yard marker, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's a loss of yardage. Nice coverage there by the Fire D-line with a little bit of help there from the linebacking crew.
Well, let's see who's going to come in and...
Let's take another look at what happened on this one.
They're going to go for it. I like it.
Handoff was to 35, and that was Tellez. 5'9", 180.
Those are guys I like to tackle.
They're showing 3rd down here. And I know we all thought it might be 4th, but it's showing 3rd down and goal from the 12. And that's how they're going to play it. Okay. So let's see what Sloan does here. Over center. He's looking for the end zone. Puts it up, and it is incomplete. Thought he had it. Oh, my goodness. That was to McDonald, and it looked for a moment like he had it. Maybe it was knocked away.
Corey Crowder was on the coverage.
Yeah. Looked like Richmond, number 7 for Fire, was in the neighborhood, too.
Hopefully we get a second look at it here, but... Yeah, here we go.
Take another look at this one. I thought for a moment McDonald had this one.
I think McDonald thought he had it.
Here it is. McDonald had... No, he jumped. It was tipped right from the jump. I thought he had it and coughed it up. Here's your long field goal, and that one is up, and it's good. That was from about
37
37-yard lines. Scotty Brown, Sac State. And that gives the Law Dogs another 3 points and a 13-7 lead. We'll be back with more second quarter action from Hughes Stadium in just a moment.
Adding your own flavor to fashion comes with age.
Okay, Dad, look at you.
Yeah, welcome. Hi.
Forgetting how to add doesn't. Finding it difficult to work with numbers may be a sign of Alzheimer's.
Dad, are you okay?
An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's. Some things come with age, some others don't.
Well, we've seen a couple of field goals. We've seen a couple of touchdowns. Now we're going to get a kickoff by Law to Fire to see if Fire can get that high-powered offense cooking again. They look so good in their first drive. Here's the return, and it maybe gets to the 21-yard line. See where they spot it. Greg, what would you expect out of Nico Fortino at this point to try to get this Fire Dogs team moving down the field?
Well, hey, I think once you start falling behind a little bit, then you're going to start throwing the ball a little bit more. But hey, they've been, for the last 3 or 4 years with this offensive style, been a very balanced offense, and that's been successful for them. So I think they have the high capacity to go out there and get a long play when they need to with this kid's arm.
Yeah, that's what we saw right away, Fortino to Crenshaw. And there's Devin Desjardins, who's been a key part of these Fire versus Law, Guns versus Hoses games. He's been a star player. Let's see what Fortino does here. He's opting to stay on the ground with Komi Tay. He maybe gets 2 yards as they rely on the run once again.
Law's scoring drive, 58 yards, 9 plays, culminates with a 31-yard field goal from the ancient Mariner, Scott Brown.
Scott Brown, wow, it's just, of all the Pig Bowls I've done, and I started at Pig Bowl 15 in this game, Scott Brown seems to have been there for, pretty much most of them. And it's great to see him still coming out, and I think if you're a kicker, you can George Blanda it and probably get well into your 40s if you want to keep coming out. Here's Fortino on 2nd down and 10, so there was no gain. Quick pass, and that's going to be close to a first down. The reception by number 9, Devin Desjardins. Again, he played at Franklin High School in Elk Grove, went on to Butte College, and was a pretty good walk-on as a Lobo at the University of New Mexico.
You know what? Great player, right? He's always been solid. He's won the MVP or the offensive player a couple times just because he goes out and gets the ball. So.
Nice scoop and grab, keeping the hands low so you don't drop it, and good job.
Yeah, that was it. We got a flag right away. Looks like it could be illegal formation on Fire because they're in some type of a funky set, and the officials threw it right away. So I'm assuming that's what that's going to be, unless he's
substitution.
Okay. I called it funky set.
You cannot take that many big people off the field and put that many small people on the field. That's what it is.
That looked like an offensive set that Jim Harbaugh would do at Stanford, just to show off. He would do that late in games and get into some type of, and you'd be like, he's just showing off at this point.
He'll show off in Los Angeles.
Yeah, he's inheriting a pretty talented squad, so I think he's going to turn it around pretty quickly.
Yep.
3rd down and 7. Fortino looks, passes up to about the 28-yard line. That's going to be short of a first down by about 2 yards. Reception by 89. That's Alex Yount, 6'1", wide receiver for the Fire Dogs. And I can't imagine Fire is going to go for it on 4th and 7 from their own 29.
Not this field position.
No.
What are the analytics? Do not.
No, 0.
Very well here.
0 on the analytics. Go down to Kevin John with a guy who just kicked it through. Kevin.
Now, most of the time, we tend to highlight and interview the receivers, the quarterbacks, all those skill positions. But it's time to give the special teams players some love. This is Scott Brown. You've seen him kick 2 field goals already in this game. He's been playing with law enforcement for 20-plus years. How much joy does it give you to come out here and continue to kick for this team every year?
Oh, I love it. I love it. This is the best team, the best organization. It's all about the charities. I mean, I've played enough football these days.
it's not as much about the game as it is about the crowd, the people, and what the game stands for.
I love that. Now, a lot of times, like I said, it's typically the skills positions that get all the glory, but at the end of the day, you need to depend on a kicker to get the job done. Your team has already come to you twice for field goals in this game, and you've executed. Do you ever feel any pressure with that?
Yeah, time. I mean, I don't want to let my guys down, but it's go down and keep my head down and swing through and do my job, and I know whether I make it or miss, my guys got my back either way, so.
Absolutely. Well, so far, you're 2 for 2.
2 for 2.
All right. Well, keep up the good work. Once again, Scott Brown with Law Enforcement, the guy with the golden foot that continues to kick well. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, definitely. Scott Brown, did he play with Drew Wyatt at Sac State?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is Scott Brown. I love Scott Brown that he's still kicking in this game.
No, he's been awesome. The last 3 years of my career, I was out at the airport as a commander out there, and I brought him out there, and he worked for me. Not only is he just a good soul, right?
Yeah.
He came out there and just took the lead role out there and did a great job on his day-to-day business, right? And you can't ask for more than that. That's the type of people I want always working for me.
Yep.
Plus, he's smarter than me. So it's
Walt
easy.
Gray, Doug Kelly, Greg Cowett. Greg, who's worked his way up through the sheriff's department, on the street, SWAT, commander, all of that. All right, we are back to live action. There's the punt. It is getting a very nice roll for Law, and will be down at about the 24-yard line, and that is where they are going to operate first down and 10. We'll have to see if the Law team sticks with the revolving quarterback situation and if they'll keep it going with Sloan. What do you expect, Greg?
Well, I suspect they probably had a first quarter you get to go out there bench court, and second quarter Sloan you get to go out there and do it. And I think they're both comparable at what they do, and it presents a little bit of a difference for Fire, right, and how they actually approach the game. So Fire hasn't made that adjustment that I thought they'd make, right? They're still running a pretty heavy defense there where they got a lot of people in the box, and they're letting their linebackers cover quick guys, which is a deficit. So I would switch to like a dime or a nickel defense if I was playing against this offense, but I don't think they were expecting this style of offense.
All right, looks like Sloan is still out there, and he's operating, and he's going to try to pass, and he does. Not much going on there at all. Maybe back up to the line of scrimmage. Coverage on the play for the Fire Department. That is number 1. Ronald Adams, 5'9", 185, defensive back for the Fire Department. So nothing gained there as we'll take another look at the nice Fire play here on the coverage. Pass is complete. Adams on the tackle. There you have it. All right, we do have a new quarterback in, so the third quarterback is in now for there's going to be a flag on that. What do we know about this guy, Greg?
Nothing.
All right,
Absolutely
back to
nothing.
you. 16 for the Law. That is Jeremy Quillen, 6'2", 220, good size.
I think they talked to me when they first got out there at practice. The first week of practice, he had 6 quarterbacks. So
you know, it maybe they play 3 or 4, and whoever plays the best in the first half might get the start in the third quarter and play until you play yourself out of the rotation.
Yeah, I didn't even meet him at I went to breakfast this morning. I always go because they make me present some stupid Rudy Award to one of the players.
I'm glid to see you taking it well.
Yeah. I love it. But I usually get to meet most of the guys on the team that are new, and I did not meet this kid. So
did they know you played?
No, of course not. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
There's got to be somebody introducing you who's given an award that at least for these guys they know they're getting the award from somebody who knows the game. All right, here's Quillen. He's going to roll right. Pass is complete. That's not going to be much of a ground gainer up to about the 28-yard line. So they're probably 6-7 yards short of the first down as they approach third down here.
That kid that caught the ball, tight end, is Fossil. What a game changer he has been in years past. Last year he could have won the game at the end when Fire was trying to give it back to law enforcement, and they just missed him over the top. What a stud. I asked him this morning, I was like, hey, I haven't seen you. Good to see you out here. How's things going? He goes, I feel good.
Good. It was a nice catch.
Big kid, right? Big
there
kid and can act. I go, they going to split you out and act like a receiver? He goes, yep.
There is what he's doing right now.
Yep.
He's 6'3", 250, and he's sort of in that outside slot position. Muffed handoff, muffed snap.
Fumble snap.
That didn't go well, and there's also a flag on the play. This is probably going to happen, a different cadence. your third quarterback. That could be a reason why the snapper and the receiver, the quarterback, were not on the same page.
You know what's great is we never talk about the offensive line until they screw up.
Yeah.
So I'm going to blame that on the center. And it's not even raining.
I know. How about it? The conditions can't be any better today.
No. It's beautiful out.
3rd down and 10. So obviously they're going to be chucking on this one. And we'll see what Quillen is up to doing here. Because everybody knows he's going to throw. He has time. He puts it up. Almost picked off. That had a better chance of being caught by Fire than it did for Law. And nice coverage on the play. That was 25 for the Fire on the coverage. Hernan Rodriguez, and we've called his name 2-3 times now.
I don't think we'll be calling that play the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, that was more intended for the white jersey than the green jersey.
You know what's great about that is, he's a linebacker, right? Mm-hmm. And he's covering these receivers out of the backfield or out in the slot. Good for him. So maybe that's what we're talking about, the nickel dime type package back there. Mm-hmm. You get this guy that can play both of them. He looks like a strong safety. He's not that big, so he's doing a great job.
All right, so Law is going to punt it away. We got 7:04 left to go in this first half. Pretty decent punt. Let's see what kind of roll it gets. As Law's going to let this one come down, and it ends up being decent. Down to the 23.5-yard line, and that is where Fire will take over 1st and 10. They got plenty of time to put some points here, maybe even take the lead into halftime with a drive about to start now.
That's why punting statistics, Walter, often don't tell the whole story, because that's a net punt yard.
Yep.
Nobody returned it. So it didn't look good when it came off the foot.
Well, it got the nice roll. Like that Steve O'Neill punt for the New York Jets, where it went 98 yards and about 50 of that yards was all roll. That's the all-time football record for a punt. He was punting from his own goal line and got it down to the 2.
Nice memory.
I looked it up the other day. I was curious. Sometimes I go down in these Google rabbit holes, and that's where I ended up with Steve O'Neill of the Jets. That's where I ended up that day. Anyway, we're going to stop down. We've got a timeout. 6:49 left to go in the first half. Fire with a football, down about a touchdown.
Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted.
All right, we talked about the crowd, and I'm so happy about the crowd today. I'm going to call it 15,000. Both sides we're on the near side here, which is Fire, but there are people who are in sections in this game that we haven't seen people in sections in a long time. So I'm really happy about the turnout. Again, as Doug mentioned off the top, 58 degrees, cloudy. Greg, this is like a perfect day to play football.
No, I love it. It's been this way for the last few years, and it's just amazing. I always think, hey, what's it going to be? It's going to be raining out there. And I was like, no, it's pig bowl. It's going to be nice and sunny out.
We've had some wet pig bowls. I mean, this is the end of January.
You know what?
Fortino's pass right to the linebacker. You can't ask a linebacker to snag that. I mean, that was like drilled at him. But again, Fortino's pass right to Law, and that was to number 45, Steve Douglas, listed as a defensive tackle, 5'11". And so Fortino, who started hot, has not been as hot since the first series.
Now, I always say this for the new players that are coming in that played college football or pro football, that it's still a competitive game, right? You can't
Very much so.
You're not going to come out here and just dominate this game, right? It's a team sport, so he'll figure it out. I mean, he's a good enough athlete. I can tell that he'll figure it out really quick.
Fortino had time, gets away. This is another bonus for him. He may be right to the first down marker. They had him down he just corkscrewed away, got a little bit of daylight, and made something out of nothing. And our statistician, our ace guy, Will James, says, move the chains. That's a first down for Fire. Busted play, but it worked.
But you got to wrap up. That was the problem there. You have to wrap up in that situation, and it didn't happen. It could have been a big play, turned out to be a bad play. Penalties on the day. Fire 5 for 30. Law 2 for 15.
All right, 7 penalties so far, and we're coming down the home stretch of just the first half. Komite trying to get outside, trying to hold on to the football, which he did not, but I believe they whistled it dead.
I believe you're correct.
It looked like it was getting loose. We have to take another look at it, but they're calling it down anyway. We have in this game several players who are wearing duplicate numbers. I believe there's maybe at least 7, 8 people wearing the same numbers.
I'm not really good at math, but when you have like 150 people on your team, I don't know. I mean, I failed that course.
Normally you can do that if one guy's on defense and one's on offense. And it's like the Patriots could have had a guy playing defense number 12 because you know that's not Tom Brady. It's the other guy listed as 12.
I told him at breakfast this morning, I go, if I say the wrong name for the wrong numbers, because you guys got 150 people on this team.
We apologize. We do apologize for that, but we're getting late updates on jersey switches, and we're doing the best we can, and we're having fun out here. This is Komite in the right flat, and he gets it about to the 19-yard line, and they're going to be facing I believe a 3rd and long here, or maybe it's still 2nd down. 2nd and 25 is what the scoreboard says. Let's take another look at this one. What do you see here, Greg?
It's a quick out. That's easy. Yeah. You know what? If it's 1st and 25 and you're doing that, I'm pretty good. I'm going to rally up to that and make a tackle. Easy.
4:30 left to go in the first half. 2nd down, 25.
I mean, it's all strategy, Walt, right?
Right.
You do that, you throw that play, they're going to do the similar pattern, put some guy out in the flat and throw over the top of you. So sometimes it's a big guessing game.
Yeah. Walt Gray, Doug Kelly, Greg Cowett here at Pig Bowl 50, Hughes Stadium. We're going to be marking this off and taking it up to about the 29-yard line. Will James is doing the stats for us. ABC 10 sportscaster Kevin John is on the sidelines. He's grabbing player interviews as in real time. He's going to get coaches coming on and off at the end of the first half and back on to start the second half. And then as we wrap up the game, hopefully we'll get the player of the game and do all that fun stuff that we like to do up here in the booth. Pig Bowl 50, and just judging by this turnout today, I mean, you know, there's probably a lot of people here who wanted to be part of Pig Bowl 50 in terms of fans, and hopefully they will come back next year. But when you look at a crowd like this is really, really encouraging for all the people who work all year long. I know we just show up and do the game, and the fans show up and have a couple of beers and some food, but there's people, I can tell you, that work on this game all year. Kerry Trzynski this year from the Sheriff's Department is the game director. Man, I communicated with him a ton, and we're working out the game crews and this and that. So Kerry, you know, I'm telling you, this was a full-time job for Kerry this year.
Yeah, but he's retired now, so he can do that full-time job. And he recruited Marlon Meggers, who played in this game for years.
Oh, my God, Marlon.
Sac State guys.
There's another great name.
I know,
the Sac State pass.
So those guys have been busy doing this whole game, so good for them.
Yeah.
Kerry played with me in this game for years.
Yep.
Matter of fact, I was going to beat his record for a interception return.
Okay.
Right, he has like a 98-yard interception return.
So you were going for that.
Mine's 104, and he clipped somebody on purpose. So
oh my gosh, you're kidding me!
No, that's my.
Would somebody really do that to you?
Kerry would.
Oh, that is so funny.
You can count on that.
Oh, I know. I tell you what, I played a lot of basketball with Kerry and Chris Palmer. And, and all of those guys through the years. Mark Blair from the Sheriff's Department.
Oh.
And Sean Rogers, of course. I played a ton of hoop
all
with
at
Sean.
Capital, which just
all
closed.
At Capital.
What are you doing? Capital closed
down. I'm putting on the weight since the gym's closed,
gosh.
but I think tennis is going to be my savior. So Hopefully I'll still be able to get it.
You haven't gone to the pickleball.
No, I'm not doing that. Fortino, right flat. Everybody's there to tackle him. That pass was complete to, that was 9, Devin Desjardins, and there were 3-4 green jerseys who knew where that ball was going.
Well, hey, Dante Gunther at corner, he's been playing this game for years, man. What a solid kid he is. Does a great job.
Remember Ivory Joe Hunter?
Yep.
Ivory Joe, wow.
Well,
UCLA man.
Okay.
No, he's coaching for the Fire, right?
Yep. Sure is.
I've had the opportunity to run into him a couple times out, and he's like, hey, man, we should play again this year. And I go, nope, not doing it.
I guess, Greg, it would be fun to just suit up and play one play, but, I mean, what would that be like? You know, I mean, you just to do it. I mean, you'd want to practice and get loose and
you can't,
yoga it, right?
Yeah, no. I'm one good sneeze away from being paralyzed.
Okay,
yeah. I don't know if I could hit anybody.
I feel you.
That'd be like stepping in the ring and taking one punch and see how it feels.
Yeah.
I think, you know what? Well, we thought Josh Gurneby, his dad's playing on this team. He's 53.
Yeah.
He was with me in the academy. He goes, I thought I could do it. And he's had so many knee issues all month long.
Yeah.
He's had issues.
That's nothing 800 ibuprofen's going to fix either. You know, that's just... And you're risking so much, as you know, all the guys that play here, you know, they got to avoid injury because they got to punch the clock back in tomorrow or Tuesday. You know, it's just,
he sent me a
you
text.
cannot get hurt.
He goes, hey, Tex, hate and rage, he says.
Yeah.
And I go, oh, God, be careful.
Incomplete pass we saw on the replay there. So it is now 3rd down and 21. Fortino in the shotgun, claps it. Let's see if he can get some yards back. Pass is overshot, but the quarterback got hit late. The quarterback got hit, and the flag came out. So that's going to be an automatic first down, I believe.
Is it, or is it just 15 yards?
Let's see what they do on that. I'm not sure if you crush the quarterback.
We got 21
whether
to go.
It's 15 and it'd be 4th down and 6. But Fortino let the football go. You guys make the call at home. We're going to show you the replay right now. Here's Fortino. He's got time, and then he gets rid of it, and then gets hit up high. So obviously that's going to be a flag.
Oh my God, football's changed so much.
It was roughing. Helmet-to-helmet contact. That's an automatic.
Okay, that was my suspicion on that. So even though it was a 15-yard penalty, they're going to get the ball 1st down and 10 from their own 37, call it 38-yard line. That was a real nice break for Fire.
You guys don't want to know my opinion on that. You got a helmet on.
Old school co-ed where you hit, and that's what's expected. Fortino trying to get away and did not get away on this one.
Not a chance.
Pursued quickly by 96 Hunter O'Brien, 6'5", 240 of him. Got his arms around Fortino and got him down.
Another UC Davis player, Hunter O'Brien.
Okay.
You guys were talking about, one play and you can get hurt. Perfect example from this past season. 4 snaps, torn Achilles tendon, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I know. How about that?
I did the same thing in the pickleball.
Yeah, you blew it out.
I had 3 snaps and I got it torn.
It was a non-contact, wasn't it?
No, yeah, completely.
Most of those are, because that happened to Dan Marino. He said he thought someone kicked him in the back of his leg. There was nobody within 15 yards of him.
I thought someone on the Fire team threw a football at me.
Yeah. Fortino deep. It looked like, and it is, it's a penalty. 21 of the law had his hand on him, slowed him up just enough. Lucas Woods, defensive back, was called for pass interference. It just slowed the receiver down enough that the pass was incomplete. But there's Woods going off.
Well, hey, that's one of those dual numbers again. It's Woods or Archuleta, so I don't know.
Easy call either way, though. Yeah. No question about it.
Absolutely, Doug. Again, that may be about the 9th penalty overall, I believe, in this first half.
Yep.
8th or 9th, which is just a lot on both squads so far, but not totally unexpected in a game like this.
Well, not when you're shoving 200 players in and out of the game.
Absolutely. 13-7, 3:08 to go. First half, 50th Pig Bowl. It is competitive. We're expecting second half to be, this game started off in the first half with teams scoring touchdowns on their first possession. Since then, it's settled down quite a bit. There have been some penalties. There have been some field goals from Scott Brown. And again, glad to see Scott out there again. And they're marching this one back.
Well, I don't know if they...
What's the call here?
Well, I'm not sure.
Was that not a PI on Woods 21? They're moving the sticks all the way back. The sticks had moved up. Did they confer and decide that it was not a pass interference?
Well, you know what? I'm like I said, I think it's like a holding on the defense, right? So they get a 5-yard penalty instead of... This isn't pro football, right? So
yeah,
they got college rules in this game, 15-minute quarters, a little bit different. Running clock for us old guys.
The scoreboard now shows it first down and 10 from their own 39-yard line, almost touching the 40. Fortino hands off to Comey Tay. Once again, not much. He has not been able to get loose today like he did a year ago. But most of his yardage has been maybe 1-2 yards, but he's not been able to get out right or left to pick up any yardage at all today.
And that's the problem, because you can't keep running up the middle.
Yeah.
It's stuffing you.
Yeah, that's what they're doing with him.
Exactly. So you got to spread him wide on either side of the field, and let the linebackers in the secondary cover.
Get him a better matchup. You're right, Doug.
D-line for Law is playing lights out right now.
Second and 10. Man in motion. Fortino rolls right. Fortino has time. Pass is complete to the 46-yard line. That is going to be short of a first down by about 4. That's going to set up about a third down and about 4 for the fire department as they try to roll past midfield. They got plenty of time. About 2:03 left to go here in the first half of play.
Caden Laughlin with the catch, and the other number 4, Freddie Rodriguez for the Law, making the stop.
There is no 2-minute warning here in the Pig Bowl. Clock continues to roll.
We really need those timeouts sometimes, you know?
Well, I would think in a game like this, any stoppage would be appreciated. All right, here we go. Fortino was not in on this one. Handoff again. Is that to Comey Tay? And it is. Well, and he picks up. He's going to be short.
That was that formation we were talking about earlier. Right?
Yeah.
That's sort of a bunch formation, and they hit him out going to the wide side.
Bit of a wildcat.
I like it.
And he's going to be short by about 2.5 yards. Let's call it 2 yards. So obviously you're going to go for it with not much time left in this first down.
Yeah. What did that? Can we send it to our analytical analysis?
Yeah, the analytics say just play. Yeah, there's no need for a punt here when you're this close. The clock is in your favor if you do not make the first down. Crenshaw is out there. Fortino is getting the last call from the coaching staff. Rob Swanger and his great staff on fire.
Hey, as a defensive guy right here, when it's this close to the end of the half, I'm going to just make sure to play soft a little bit.
What do you do on this? Would you call for? Would you want Fortino to run this? Have an RPO? Or is he going to throw?
Bryce, that's why I'm not coaching.
All right. He's trying to pass. He gets away as he always does. Says go down deep, has a man and overshoots him. All right, he had his man open down the left sideline. He scrambled, effectively got away, but just overshot his man by about a couple of feet.
Crenshaw again. That's who he looks for a lot, but pressure, right? Pressure makes you throw it up a little bit more.
So now Law has the football on the Fire side of the field. 1:17 to go.
All right, I'm going to come back to you.
What are you going to do here?
What do you do?
What I'm telling you, I'm not sure that I would put I'd put my second quarterback in the rotation who was in, because we got a real opportunity here to at least get Scott Brown in field goal position.
Now, what you want to do?
16 is
what you want to do is work the sidelines.
Okay.
Work the sidelines.
I might call a timeout really quick here.
All right. It is Jeremy Quillen is back out, and he throws, and it is.
Oh, he caught it.
I don't know. Incomplete.
Oh, yeah, incomplete.
It looked like bobble and possibly caught. Quillen is back in at quarterback. So each quarterback has got maybe 2 or 3 series here in the first half of play. We're going to take another look at this one. And
this looks great because he bobbles it. I think he kicks it. I thought he kicked it back into his hands.
I thought he was able to get it on his way back down. Take a look. It's up.
Kicks it.
Kicks. And Fire Guy.
Fire Guy dropped it, too.
Fire Guy dropped it, too. All right.
It's like the helicopter toss. Right?
That was tough. That was second down and 10. Quillen is your quarterback. Here he is. 3-step drop. Rolls right. Anybody open, you got to get rid of it. And he does. And it's caught. Gurnaby trying to get loose. He did not go down. He's down to the 26. 1 minute to go. Law trying to get. They've got time. 57 seconds. Clock stops.
First down.
They're moving
right?
the
Difference.
chains.
Yeah,
chains are moved. That's why the clock is stopped. That's a good bit of good fortune there for Law. Quillen.
It winds again.
First and 10. Quillen wants to go for it all. Has a man. Oh, did he?
Bobbled and dropped.
Incomplete, and there's a flag. He had that. That was McDonald, who I thought had it and maybe had it long enough for it to count, but no. Let's take another look at this one as our access crew is right on it.
Hey, great throw.
Here it is.
Got it over the top.
Coming right at us.
Right in McDonald's hands.
No, I don't know that he was able to. No. They need 1 or 2 feet in this game.
Well, he dropped it anyway.
Well, let's for laughs.
1.
1 foot. Okay. He had 1 foot in. If he had held on, he would not have had 2 feet. Anyway, we got a flag, and this is not good for
all for naught.
So it's coming back. So even if McDonald had caught it, the penalty is 15 yards against Law.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there because I missed it.
Could have been hold?
I'm waiting for our...
he just said it, but we don't have it mic'd up.
Our stadium announcer to tell me.
Yeah. So we'll try it again. They got a long way to go. Let's just call it that with 40 seconds left to go. They need to get down to about the 17-yard line for a first down. Pass is complete. And
Roughing.
It's to the 32-yard line.
Going to have a 15-yarder on the quarterback there.
Hitting the quarterback late?
Roughing the quarterback.
Okay. The defensive line of Fire is incensed that was not a late hit.
Well.
But it's going to go against Fire. It is roughing the passer. You at home make the call. We're more focused here on the end result, which is the catch. But
it's just a two-step, you know.
Yep.
They've changed the quarterback rules so many times. You don't know. I feel for those defensive guys all the time.
You couldn't have played today.
No, sir.
Well, he could have played. He just wouldn't have been in the game very long.
Yeah.
A stormtrooper. All right, I don't know what these guys are up to, but everybody wants to take pictures with them. 33 seconds left to go as the officials are moving the ball forth. All the way down to the 22-yard line. I believe that's where the spot is going to be.
And a first down. We got 33 seconds.
And 33 seconds. So you have a number of things you can do here.
You know what I think, though, right here? I mean, we're inside field goal position, so, be special with that ball. Do not, take very good care of this ball right now. Don't be that quarterback that's like, hey, I'm going to force something in right here.
You still have Scott Brown kicking about a 40-yard field goal in your back pocket. So to your point, don't do anything where you're going to lose yardage or cough up the football. All right, here's Quillen. He wants to go in the end zone, floats it up, and that was not a good pass at all. Just talking about that's exactly what you don't want to do. That was a floater.
Not only a floater, but there was no receiver in the vicinity, but there were 3 white shirts.
There may have been some miscommunication on that in terms of the route, because I'm sure Quillen was told, hey, don't do anything that will cause what just happened. We're probably going to get 3 out of this with Scott Brown. Take another look at this. Quillen had time.
I think they got the tight end underneath that route right there. They got Fossil right there. They just He's got 4 people around him. It's not my desired throw.
No, that
Corey
wasn't.
Crowder with the INT.
Okay. Corey Crowder, 6'2", 215.
Stud for Fire, has been for years. Does a great job.
He was like, "Thank you so much."
Yeah.
That was probably the easiest pick.
It's not even a pick. It was a gimme.
Yeah.
It's like a 2-inch putt, right?
Yeah. Sure. That might have been easier than a 2-inch putt.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if Fortino wants to do something with his 22 seconds or play it safe. Pitches it out on the right flat. There is another penalty. This is driving our stat man Will James crazy because he's about out of ink in his pen, just marking down penalties. I believe that could be 10,
We
maybe 11.
got more pens.
11.
We have more pens.
12.
Well, hey, that's what you get, right? Once a year you play some football.
I'm thinking there's more penalties this year than in many of the games I've done. I mean, we're on target to have 25 penalties in this game.
Unfortunately, you know what I say? Call it fair, both sides. I don't care what you do, but it's a charity game. Get it over with. The good news is these penalties slow it down. You get a little bit more time to catch some error if you're on offense or defense.
That's
right?
true.
Out on the
That
field.
is true.
I used to love the commercial timeouts. Right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It was like a minute and a half to catch your breath.
All right, that's going to end the first half. They're going to let the clock roll down, and that's going to wrap it up for us here in the first half of play. There's a lot going on at halftime. We're going to reset it. We're going to take it down to Kevin John in just a moment. He's going to be grabbing one of the coaches here, and we're going to want to hear from Kevin as to...
It'll be the law coach, or supposed to be the law coach.
I don't know
Mike
that
Miller.
Kevin is going to be getting the interview right now. Okay, Kevin is setting up. We have a staff this year that is bringing the interview to Kevin. Normally, our poor sideline guy has got to chase down the coach, who may or may not be in the mood to talk. I mean, you've seen this many times with a Greg Popovich type, but in this case, Kevin is standing by, and I believe the coach is coming his way.
Coach Morris.
Coach Mike Morris from American River College, who has been handling the law side, so he's got to be pretty happy about at least having the lead here. And we're anxious to see what he thinks needs to be done here in the second half. Is he going to continue to rotate? That's one thing, Kevin John, if you can hear me, Kevin, we'd love to know, Kevin, if he's going to keep going with this 3-quarterback rotation. Let's take it down to Kevin right now.
All right, so I'm here with the head coach of law enforcement, Mike Morris. Now, clearly, Mike, they're toward the end of the half, probably not what you wanted, an interception there in the red zone, but overall, the first half, what have you seen from your team that you like?
Well, I really like the spirit that we've played with. We've really played hard. We just got to minimize mistakes, and we could have probably had 1 or 2 more touchdowns on the board.
Absolutely. You talked about touchdowns. You guys were held without a touchdown for the last 2 games, I believe. How good did it feel to open it up with the scoring drive here in the first quarter?
Well, it was a great decision by me to fire the last offensive coordinator, which was me. So we have a new offensive coordinator, and so far I'm happy.
Wow, what a decision to make, I guess. So with that being said, just the keys to the second half here as you guys come out, what are you looking to do?
We just got to minimize mistakes, like I said before, and that's the way this game always is, because it's a one-game season. It's limiting offsides and fumbles and interceptions and penalties, all that. And if we do that, then we're going to be okay.
Absolutely. Well, you're going in with the lead, 13-7. Good luck to you in the second half, Coach Morris. And a great decision by the offensive coordinator. Well, there you have it there. Obviously having some fun, but once again, they go into the half up 13-7. I'll have much more for you down here at the end of the half. In the meantime, I'm going to throw it back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Kevin John. We got the cheerleaders out here. There was so much going on for 2 hours with the pregame show. A lot of people who were in law enforcement and fire came out to that. And you got younger cheerleaders who are working their way up in the Pig Bowl ranks. We're excited to see them out there. Doug, any surprises from you as we round out the first half?
Not really. I thought it was a well-played first half on both sides. As the coach just alluded, a couple of plays go their way, and they put a couple more on the board. But we're going to have a good third and fourth quarter.
All right. Greg, I mentioned the 3 quarterbacks that have played so far for Law, only 1 for Fire. would you think that they want to settle on someone here to go forward and get some consistency? There's different snap cadences, or are you okay with the rotation?
No, you know what? I am okay with that rotation.
Okay.
I think it's great that they got some diversity in there, and they're showing Fire a bunch of different looks. And I like how the coach said, "Yeah, I fired myself." Well, you hadn't scored. Yeah, Mike's awesome, right? And he told me that, and he goes, "Coach Grush looked at me and goes, well, who are you going to hire?" And he goes, "You," right? He goes, "Who are you going to fire?" Me. You know, it's good.
I like that.
I love the fact that Coach Morris is one of the guys I hired to coach this game back in the day when we went looking for new coaches after Coach Kenyon. So he's done a great job, and he says it's the best and the hardest job he's ever had because you only get one day to prove yourself, right?
I know, and not much time, just a couple of weeks to get ready.
Yep.
You hope the guys come to practice in decent shape, because if you're using that 2 weeks to get in shape, you're going to be in a world of hurt. But I would assume you guys in law enforcement and in fire are in pretty good shape to start with. You're just fine-tuning it for football.
Well, I think these guys are probably a little bit better than most, but I'm not 100% agreeing with you with that.
All right, I'm trying.
Sheriff Cooper has put in a healthcare maintenance program in our department now, so I like it.
I'm trying to go a little bit leaning your way on that one. All right, it is halftime. We got a lot of halftime festivities to share with you. We're going to take a break. Be back with more from Pig Bowl 50 after this.
I don't know why you're so sad. You've got a roof over your head.
Bro, you gotta stop with that depression stuff. That's a white people thing.
Escúchame, en esta casa los hombres no lloran.
You alright?
It just feels like it's coming from everywhere.
Do you want to talk about it?
Thanks for hearing me out, bro. Appreciate it.
You can talk to me if you're feeling sad. Whenever you need to talk, I'm here, okay?
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason. Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
We are at halftime of the 50th annual Pig Bowl game. Halftime with the Law Hogs having 13-7 for the Fire Dogs. A tremendous first half, well played on both sides, and I think a forerunner to what we're going to see come the second half. And we will bring you more halftime festivities after these commercial messages.
If you're buzzed and doing this, to make yourself feel okay to drive,
ZWX.
You're not okay to drive.
YGKLVW. Regular you.
My name's Stacy, I'm 57, and I was adopted in 2020. One teen can come in and make you look at life in a whole different way.
You know, he's my father, so I look up to him a lot. If I can be 10% of the man he is, I'll be a happy person for sure.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Halftime here at Hughes Stadium with the Law Hogs leading the Fire Dogs 13-7. Very well played game. All sorts of festivities forthcoming here. And for some of the descriptions of that, let us go to stadium announcer Steve Johnson. Okay. Well, the scene on the field, you see a number of former players, coaches, and contributors to the Pig Bowl game over the years. The annual induction into the Hall of Fame. 25 from each side will be honored here this afternoon. Some familiar names and some not so familiar names, but all deserving of recognition. Arranging everybody to receive their award. It's always a very special time, the Hall of Fame ceremony for the Pig Bowl Guns N' Hoses game that started in 1975. And here we are in 2024, 50 years later. We'll begin the festivities here very shortly. Folks of all shapes and sizes being honored here this afternoon, and we, in addition to the players and coaches, there are an awful lot of contributors, people who are not in uniform, but who have contributed to the success of this game. You can't put on a spectacle like this without great support help over and above what the fans see from the stands of the players and the coaches. So, yep. Let's head now to the sidelines. Kevin John with an interview. Kevin, all yours.
Well, I'm standing next to Fire head coach, Coach Schwanger. So, you guys were able to score early on there in the first, but the offense has stalled a bit throughout the rest of the first half. What do you guys got to do to get going offensively in the second half?
We just have to tighten a few things up. There's a few catches we could have made and could have changed the way that this game is going. But, we're still going to keep doing our game plan, and we might show some little things in the second half.
Now, let's talk defensively. You guys had a big interception here in the red zone toward the end of the first half there, which stalled Law's drive there. What was working well with your secondary, and how proud are you of them?
Oh, I'm very proud. This secondary, actually the defense in general is amazing. We've been rotating guys in, and you can see the guys are making plays. They're resting. They're coming right back in to play some more. So very proud of, it was actually Corey Crowder who made the pick. They said it was Nate, but Corey Crowder's an amazing player. All of our DBs are doing an amazing job right now. Proud of them.
Now, some of your players said they're looking for the three-peat this year. How motivated or inspired are you guys to get that?
We're very motivated. We know that this team we're playing is very competitive, and these guys are good. We can't take them lightly, no matter what you hear, us blowing them out, things like that. We knew that that's not the truth. We knew it's going to be a dogfight, and they're coming to play.
All right, well, we look forward to the second half here where we will see this dogfight. Once again, Coach Schwanger with the fire department. I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Kevin. Let's now go to stadium announcer Steve Johnson for the introduction of the Hall of Fame.
Next inductee is Ricky Ricardo. Fire coach, insurance number 9, Mike Alvin. And fire trainer Darcy Calista. Darcy. And the last inductee from Fire is trainer Joel Johnson. Those are our inductees from Fire for 2024 Pittsburgh. Next, we're going to go over to the Sacramento Police Department. 2024 Hall of Fame inductees. Who's first, Sacramento PD recipients are posthumously presented and awards. The first is Chief Jack Turns. Lifetime supporter accepting his award with his daughter, Ahela Chantel. The next is Bill Dean Jr. Bill died a couple of weeks ago, found in his place with his father, William Sr.
And the last posthumous award, Reverend Kabaki Martinez, who was tragically taken with his wife Debbie and her parents in 1979 in a solo plane crash. Accepting the award is their son Jason Martinez and daughter Tana Crow Martinez. Now on to SPD players. There are two that are not here. There might be more, but the first one is Ken Bernard. He is unable to make it today. And Skip Buck. Skip was also unable to attend today. Chris Bowman. Chris is our next SPD recipient. And our next is Mark Kodak. Remember seeing his name many times during past Pig Bowl games. And the next is Mark Coopwood. Come on out, Mark. And our next recipient is, if you want to watch a Pig Bowl video, this is the man to talk to, Sam Davis. Thanks, Sam. And our next SPD recipient is Rich Gardella. And our next recipient is Jim Hyde. Jim Hyde from SPD. Our next recipient is Ed Lombardi. I don't know if Ed is here today or not. He's been doing a lot of things for the pop-up museum. And next recipient is Mike Lomery. And our next recipient is Mike Lopez. Mike Lopez. And our next SPD recipient is Al Miller. Next SPD recipient is Rich Moffitt. Rich Moffitt. And next is Jason Morgado. Next up is Loopy Rangel. Loopy. I don't know if Loopy's here today or not. Looks like he's not. How about Robbie Robinson? Next recipient is Jim Scully. Jim Scully.
All right, you are looking at halftime ceremonies where they are inducting a lot of people into the Pig Bowl Hall of Fame. You see in the middle, that is Sacramento Police Chief Kathy Lester. Here are the names of the people who are being inducted today. Very, very worthy people. Let's take a look.
Next is John Trufetta. We got one out of order here. Dave Hogg. The Hog Man. Come on out, Dave. And our next recipient is Jeff Winford. Jeff Winford. And next we have some SPD coaches. The first is Dave Hogg. I think we already got Dave out there already. How about Dave Hoskins? SPD coach Dave Hoskins. And our last Sacramento Police Department recipient for the Hall of Fame is Max Miller. Oh, Max, there he is. And next we're going to go over to the Sacramento Sheriff's Office 2024 Hall of Fame inductees, starting with a posthumous award, that going out to Deputy Chief Philip Murphy. Assistant Chief Leandra Marquez will be accepting for deceased retired Chief Murphy's award on behalf of his family. Thank you, Leandra. And the first SSO player with this induction is Brian Amos. You can tell Brian, he's got that shiny top of his head. Sorry, Brian. Jim Barnes. Jim Barnes has been the Pig Bowl president for several years. Now he's relaxing in retirement. Stephen Buccellato. Booch. How about Anthony Costanzo? Next out is Chuck Esty. Chuck Esty. Also down there with the presentations are recently Sheriff Jim Cooper. Kevin File. Our next recipient is Shane Gregory. Shane. And our next recipient is Gary Gritzmacher. Grits. Next recipient is Michael Hammer. Mike Hammer. Our next recipient, Mark Hassenbuehler. And we have some recipients that are not here today. We don't believe they're here. Bob Holmes. Bob Holmes is also not here. How about Fred Links? Freddie Links. And receiving their award will be Chuck Esty and Sheriff Cooper. How about Orlando Mays? Orlando Mays. No Orlando. Gregory Peterson. Greg was not able to make it today. Darren Palmetta. Darren Palmetta. No Darren. Bill Roberts Sr., his wife Irene is accepting for Bill. Thank you, Irene. And Bill Roberts Jr. Next up is Jim Rose. Jimmy Rose. Next up is Larry Saunders. Larry. Our next recipient is Roger Stanfield. Roger. And our next recipient is Kerry Trzynski, the current Pig Bowl Guns N' Hoses president. Kerry holds the distinction of being the only Pig Bowl player ever to score on defense and offense. And if you don't know that, just ask him. He'll tell you several times about it. Next recipients are Sheriff's coaches. First is Steve Kenyon. Steve, come on out for your picture there. Steve Kenyon. How about Bob Sandoval? Sheriff's coach Bob Sandoval. And Sheriff's trainer Scott Fuqua. Scott Fuqua. And ladies and gentlemen, our final halftime Hall of Fame presentation is recognition for extraordinary contributions to the Pig Bowl and Guns N' Hoses football game for its 50 years. Hold on, guys. This is the first annual Lifetime Achievement Award. This person has demonstrated an unwavering dedication and commitment to the Pig Bowl, Guns N' Hoses football game, both as a Hall of Fame player for the Sacramento City Police Department and as the Sheriff of Sacramento County, leaving an indelible mark on the event's rich history. For half a century, this individual has been a driving force behind the success and growth of this iconic game, which has become a cherished tradition within our community. The recipient of this award is Sheriff Lou Blanis. Sheriff Blanis' leadership vision has transformed the Pig Bowl Guns N' Hoses football game into a symbol of unity, camaraderie, and support for our local law enforcement, firefighters, and benefiting charities. Sheriff Blanis, his dedication to Pig Bowl Guns N' Hoses football game has left an enduring legacy that will continue to inspire future generations. His selfless contributions have elevated the stature of the game and positively impacted the lives of countless individuals within our community. Today we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Pig Bowl and Guns N' Hoses football game. We proudly honor Sheriff Lou Blanis for his exceptional leadership, steadfast support, and immeasurable contributions. His passion and commitment to service have set the standard for excellence and have impacted the lives of those he has touched. We thank Sheriff Lou Blanis for his remarkable achievements and congratulate him on this well-deserved recognition. May his legacy continue to inspire and guide us as we carry forward the spirit of the Pig Bowl Guns N' Hoses football game for years to come. Presenting that award was Sheriff Jim Cooper and Sheriff's Lieutenant Chuck Fowl. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're about ready to start this second half.
There's your halftime score, 13-7. Good to see Lou Blanis out there, who played in this game. As Greg Collette just told me, Lou played for the city police. He also played for the Sheriff's Department, and then he was the Sheriff of Sacramento. So, nice resume, playing on all sides there. And, again, one of the great Pig Bowl players of all time as well. All right, we've got Kevin John down on the sidelines with Sacramento Police Chief Kathy Lester. Kevin.
Well, I am standing next to the Chief of Police, the Queen, Miss Kathy Lester. So, Miss Lester, first thing to you, how exciting is it to make it the 50th annual Pig Bowl and to be here and see this?
Oh my gosh, it's awesome. I've been coming to this game since I was a little kid, and I can't believe it's been 50 years. It's exactly how old I am. So I guess you can say the game's been around for a while, right?
Yeah.
Well, every year it's always, and I didn't know that
I
you
got
were,
shoes
you know,
that are 50.
that you look young. Okay. So,
thank you, very kind.
So with that being said, you know, obviously the fire department, they've won the last two games, but
I know.
how much would it be nice for you to see the law enforcement win?
It would be so nice, and we're doing great right now, so keep cheering us on. I actually lost the chili cook-off to the fire department, so if we could win this, it would mean an awful lot to me. But no, our guys are great, and it's just a great crowd. It's been a really nice day, and just a good vibe in the crowd today. So yeah, absolutely, I'm rooting for my Cops. I love them.
As you should. That chili cook-off sounds amazing.
I know. It was really good. They deserve to win.
And at all the times that you've come to this event and to this game, do you have a favorite moment or just something that you enjoy doing every year here?
I love opening ceremonies. I love the patriotism. I love the support for law enforcement. They always bring out somebody great to sing the national anthem. And I just think that is such a great way to kick this off. Such great spirit, and everything that's great about our city and our country. And then it just is a lot of fun from there, like hanging out in the stands, seeing people in the parking lot, tailgating, and then just a great old rivalry right here. Nothing better than that.
I'm telling you, great rivalry, great fans, and great competition between both sides.
Absolutely. So go Hogs, right?
There you go. That once again, Chief of Police Miss Lester here. I know who you're going to be cheering for the second half of this, so I'm sure everyone will hear you guys going hard for them.
Absolutely. Keep it up. We're in the lead right now. It's great.
There you go.
Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Good luck the second half.
Thank you.
I'll send it back up to you guys in the booth.
All right. I'd love to get a little action on that chili she was talking about. Even if it wasn't the best, I'll try it. All right, Kevin, thank you. It is halftime. We're about ready to conclude halftime festivities. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
We are back. We're wrapping up halftime facilities. Walt Gray in the booth. Will James is our annual and crack statistician. Will, thank you for all you do, all the quick stats you feed us. Doug Kelly providing analysis along with his good friend Greg Cowett. Greg, who played at Burbank High School in Southern California, went on to Glendale Community College, and then a great 2-year career at USC. And Greg, according to the 2002, I think it's the Glendale News, you're probably the greatest athlete to ever come out of Burbank High School. And it wasn't because of football. You were a track and field guy.
No, I love track. You know what? I didn't even want to play football, which my dad hated. But, yeah, I was a big track guy. I love track. Maybe because it was an individual game. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe so. You also hold a mark for something I've never seen before. You were playing for the World League Sacramento Surge, and you were traded to Columbus, and you said, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, no,
and
I'm
you
good.
didn't go.
No.
Who refuses a trade and says, nah, I'm good?
It was the World League.
I understand that, but it's like, who does that?
You played 10 games for $20,000. So
okay.
I stayed here and worked for the Surge
Right.
in marketing and made $200,000. So
Okay,
it was a business move. It was a business move.
Okay, well, that's good money. I'm sorry I didn't know about that opening if they were paying you that kind of check. Doug, did you know that he was making that kind
It
of
was
scratch?
commission.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, here's the second half kickoff. And we're underway. Fire's going to get the football. That's Crenshaw at the 16-yard line. Nice little return. Crenshaw gets it up to about the 32. And we'll see if Nico Fortino can get the Fire offense going to where it was in the first possession of this game. Right?
You know what I love is watching the kickoff and some of the guys that don't get in very often. So it gets a little scrappy. But you got a Hall of Famer down there, Aaron Dean, and he called me last night. I look at him. I could just tell by his uniform and his pads that he hasn't switched those since the 80s, right?
That's okay.
They're just totally different.
He's
right?
another one that's played in maybe 20 of these.
I
Big
ask him
Bowl
every
games.
year, what are you doing out here?
No, I mean, like, if it still works, keep going. All right, Fortino from his own 37 wants to get something going, has Desjardins and overshoots him, had him open, and Fortino's timing has, since really the first two series, has eluded him.
Guess who was the guy who told Greg he'd been traded?
You.
Yeah,
you were the media director for the Surge. Did Coet tell you that I hear you, but I'm not going? Did you have to retire at that point?
No, yeah, they told me we're sending you to Ohio, and I go, no, get a flight to Sacramento because that's where my stuff's at.
Okay. I'll never forget that, and I guess kudos to you. I'm traded. No, I'm not. Here's Fortino, 2nd and 10. Has a man, and it has crossed the 45 to maybe the 46-yard line. That pass was complete, and it's still short of a first down. Pass was complete to number 4, Caden Laffin. Played his high school football at Christian Brothers. Doug, you got a stat for us?
I've got all sorts of numbers here, but Fortini passing 10 of 16 for 76 yards and a touchdown. Betancourt, 4 of 8, 45 and a score. And Jay Sloan, 4 of 8 for 47 yards. That's your quarterback, Luke.
All right, here's Comey Tay with his longest rush of the day. A different formation, Greg Cowett. And Tay lumbers across, picks up about 15 yards, move the chains, first down.
Well, obviously they like that formation on short yardage. Every time they get in that little short yardage situation, they do that. So they got a lot of options out of that formation, I'll tell you that.
All right, here it is. Tay carry. He's not the biggest guy, but it looks like he does some leg work in the weight room because he carried about 4 or 5 big dudes with him.
What do they call it now? The tush push. He had a lot of people pushing there. So.
You know, there were some teams that it's like, is that really allowable?
It all started at SC.
Okay. Yeah, with Matt Leinart, right? Yeah.
And Reggie.
That game.
My favorite game ever.
Yeah, Notre Dame. Okay, that is a handoff and not much, maybe a yard, maybe 2 a little pushing afterwards. As Fire tries to get something going here offensively. And as much as they've been somewhat out of sync, a touchdown here with an extra point gives them the lead.
Totally. Which is the beauty of this game.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, what? Last year, was it 15 to
12-5.
12 to 5?
Yeah, 12 to
Not
5.
many points. This game started out quick.
Yeah, it was 2 touchdowns, just 2 missed extra points, and then field goal and the safety.
2nd and 9, Fortino slaps the hands together, wants to throw. Pass is high again. That was intended for Caden Laffin.
And almost intercepted.
Yeah, most of his misses have been high. He's got to be frustrated with himself. He's got guys open. The throws are good. They're up. Take another look at this one.
He's just sailing a little bit.
Yeah.
Some of that is like the pressure that's been on him, although he had none there.
That could have been catch. That was a catchable ball. Would have been a nice catch. And I think Laffin is saying, you know what? I could have had that. Laffin's not the tallest guy.
6 foot.
5'11", 6 foot. But here's Tay, 3rd and 9. Make that Fortino.
Okay.
Wants to go. Puts it up. Has a
Wide
man
open.
wide open and misses. Too much.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I mean, it looked like it was way overthrown. And then at the end, it was almost a catch. Take a look at this.
He runs right by like Corey Jack. I don't know what Corey was doing.
Look at
Then
it's like
Corey starts looking back, and he just like gains distance on him.
The throw was there, but the receiver not quite.
Yeah.
Again, the passes are either too long or too high. There is a timing issue here. And there's plenty of time for Fortino to get this right. He's still in good shape here. 4th and 9, they're going for it from the 40. Here he is. Has a man. Pass is complete, but short, I believe. going to be short by 2 yards, so the law will hold. Is that something you got to be really careful, Greg, on a 4th and 9? You got to have the receiver.
No, you know what? Your receiver's got to go by those down markers.
He's got to go past, right? That's
exactly right. You've got to run the route.
Yeah, you run the route. But Daigle, who's a long veteran for this game, does a great job at defensive back there. Just sitting on that. He's smart. You know, as a defensive back, anytime we had 3rd and long or 4th and long, I'd be like, hey, take a look. Hey, get your head around. Look where the marker's at so you know where they're going to run their routes to.
All right, let's see what the revolving quarterback situation is for the law department. Not much there.
Betancourt again, I think.
I
can only tell because he's missing a sock.
6. Yep. That is Andrew Betancourt, who started the game for the law enforcement, giving way to 2 more quarterbacks in the first half. And Betancourt is going to start the second half to see if he can't generate a little something here for the law. Betancourt, a 2006 graduate of Christian Brothers, not the best snap. He dodges one, not the second. Maybe got back to the line of scrimmage. It was close. He's second down at about 10.
You know what I like? He's confident out there, though. I mean, he's one hand in the snap, which is sort of a floater to him.
Yep.
He's stepping up, and he's got some confidence, and I like that in a quarterback, obviously.
That was a coverage sack too, Greg.
Well,
3rd down and 12, corrected. This is where we are, obviously passing situation here for Law. Not generating much here with their possession here early in the second half.
we got Crowder sitting deep middle here. So watch
Betancourt
this.
pumps, trying to roll out of it. It's got somebody right on him. There's a flag.
Interception.
Official hasn't signaled interception going that way, but there is a flag on the play, which likely...
if that's a horse collar or a face mask, this is coming back. But
I thought it was a horse collar, personally.
It could be holding on the O-line, too. So let's see what gets sorted out here, because I think the flag was thrown before the horse collar, but let's wait and see. Betancourt looking left, looking middle, nothing either way, tries to get out of this.
Face mask.
Face mask.
Oh, no.
Well, the fire dogs are all fired up. Let's see what the official is. That's a face mask, and it's against law.
Oh. Well, we were right.
So, okay. Face mask against law, so it's going to be 4th down and a punting situation here for law, obviously.
No. He threw an interception.
Okay, they're going to count that, and away we go. Fire's got the football in great position at the 26-yard line.
That's one of those turnovers. This is a big possession for Fire, right? You get a turnover, you capitalize on it.
Yeah,
you'll be back to an even game.
Yeah, this is they've
Flip
got
the
to
coin. Let's do it again.
We got to see what they can do here with great field position. Komite is in the backfield with Fortino, who fumbles it, but this may be to his advantage. He cuts inside. 2 cuts. Can he beat? Can he get there? He's talking. Touchdown.
It's not Fortuna.
Taylor.
Yeah, Gabe Taylor.
Taylor on the touchdown. As soon as the snap went, it was a little bit of a juggle, and I said, hey, this could be to the advantage. It does throw the defense off a little bit. And a great run on that, and the touchdown. And as he was crossing the goal line, a little in your face by number 5. That is Gabe Taylor coming in at quarterback for Fortino. Let's see how the extra point goes to give Fire the lead. Not a great snap, and it's blocked. All right.
Pick it up. You got to pick it up and scoot.
So we're going to leave that as a tie. As the snap was low, the holder did what he could, but by that point, the D-line was already right about at the football. There's Gabe Taylor doing a little strutting. You'll see the cornerback join Taylor over by the tents like, hey, man, just score. I don't need that. Here's another look at Gabe Taylor coming in at quarterback. Touchdown fire to tie this game with 10:42 left to go in the third quarter. Well, they capitalized, right?
Yeah, points off turnovers.
Let's go down to Kevin John, who has a new friend.
Hey, so I am here standing next to cheer coordinator Allie Murphy. Allie's been involved with this for over a decade. And Allie, I got to ask, this is the 50th annual one. What do you enjoy about being cheer coordinator?
Well, without a doubt, it's the family event that we bring both sides together. And even though there's that friendly competition, we're all out here for a good side, to get money back into the community. So it's all for a good cause. So it's that friendly competition.
You said friendly competition. I understand that you, the law enforcement, and the firefighter cheerleaders, you guys practice together. How does that work out?
It's great. We actually come together when we performed our routine together. We performed it together today. It made it really big. It made it fun. It's enjoyable. It's an opportunity to get to know people that you wouldn't normally associate with on the outside. So we come together, unlike the football players cheer, we come together as one squad and we practice together. But on game day, we're on our sidelines respectively.
Well, you're the glue that holds them together, and you guys are the wind beneath the wings of these players. It's tied at 13-all right now. What? I know you're going to be cheering hard for them the second half, right?
Yes, we're cheering. We're cheering for both our sides, but obviously for Hogs. Let's go. Come on. Keep it real.
Well, thank you so much, Allie Murphy, cheer coordinator. Congratulations on all the hard work that you guys do every year with everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate the support.
All right. Well, in the words of Allie Murphy, go team. Back to you guys in the booth.
Awesome. You know what, you guys, it's not just Allie Murphy, it's Sergeant Allie Murphy who works for us. She is in charge of all our training in our department. Great, awesome girl. She worked for me a couple of years as a scent person. She's just a quality individual. So to call her just a cheerleader would be underrating that.
All right,
it should be Sergeant
Murphy. And McDonald returns the kickoff.
He almost broke this.
He almost broke it. He broke a couple of tackles, got it to the 38. So now Law has great field position as well. And we have, again, carry on the play by Andrew Betancourt, who remains in at quarterback for the Law team.
You know, well, I guess that just goes to show you there's so much more to this game than just people ask me when I do this on TV and what's going on. And I go, you know what? It's so much more about the game and who's involved in what's going on than the players on the field, right? There's so much going on.
Everybody's got a backstory,
Yeah.
Everybody's got a backstory. All right, we're going to go down to Kevin John, who's got Gabe Taylor in a second after this play. Betancourt hands off, stopped at the line of scrimmage. Let's go down to Kevin John. Gabe Taylor. Kevin.
All right, well, I'm standing next to the man that you guys saw just run in that incredible touchdown, Gabe Taylor from the Fireside. Now, Gabe, I got to ask, when you were running into the end zone, I saw you point or give a gesture to Law. Can you explain what was going on there?
Yeah, the homie Tyreek Hill, his favorite thing to do is to give the peace sign when he knows he's getting to the end zone, so I just let him know I'm out of here.
I love that. Tyreek Hill also is one of the fastest players in the NFL. You're pretty fast yourself. Would you say you channeled your inner Tyreek Hill on that play?
He ran a little bit faster than me. I was just doing my best for the team and trying to get in the end zone for him.
I love that. Now, obviously, this rivalry has intensified over the years. It's now your touchdown tied it up at 13-all. What are you guys just trying to do this last quarter and a half
We're
here?
just going to try to have that momentum and keep trying to put together some drives and put some more points on the board.
Absolutely. Well, it's definitely entertaining, and we hope to see you throwing up more peace signs or whatnot on the field and having some fun.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Good luck.
Enjoy.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Good luck the rest of the half, Gabe. All right. Well, I'm going to throw up the peace sign right now as I toss it back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, Kevin John, thank you. Gabe Taylor was doing a little Tyreek Hill, had a couple of nice moves and some great closing speed. So if he was trying to channel Tyreek, he did it. Okay, it is now 4th down and 9. Law is in punt formation. You'll watch it with us. Good snap. Nice kick. That's probably going to make it to the end zone. And it does. Touchback. Greg, you didn't like it.
No. You know what? Because I watch enough TV to know whether our statistician tells us or not that analytics say go for it there. I don't care if it's 4th and 10.
You weren't concerned about the punt. You thought they should be going for it.
No, you just go for it. What?
Okay.
You gained 5 yards on that play. Net yards right there. The hidden yardage in football.
Well, yeah, I guess if the punt had been inside the 20, but if you're going to kick it into the end zone, or go for it on 4th down, I guess.
I don't know.
Okay, so Fire, again, it's now a tie game. 8:57 to go in the third quarter. They had Gabe Taylor in, sort of at that wildcat quarterback position, but they have Fortino back in now. 1st and 10 from their own 20. Let's see if he can get a little bit more in sync with his wideouts here. He's got the arm, it's just the timing. There he goes. I don't know what was up with that because Crenshaw broke the route off.
Just Ryan, you run the wrong route.
Yeah.
Hey, and you look at that formation right there. It was man-to-man over there, so that receiver should know. Hey, I'm locked up man-to-man. Take it deep, right?
You see the sticker on there, Jimmy Inn, who was a law enforcement in Stockton. Jimmy Inn lost his life.
Yep.
And a lot of these guys, wearing stickers and commemorating. And Greg, you being a deputy, man, you know who the guys are that left us, because you guys are out in the street. It's something you guys have that you carry with you all the time.
No, I said it at breakfast this morning. The people that could play in this game right now, if they were still here, would be out here playing.
Yeah.
And you never know how much you're going to miss something, right, until you're gone. You look at those guys, the Harbucks,
Bill Bean.
Billy Bean, who was the first guy that we ever lost.
Yep.
Ever since then, we've put numbers of those guys on their helmets.
Sure.
Everybody's got their own tribute on their helmet, and it's pretty cool.
Billy Bean getting in to the Hall of Fame today, and deservedly so many guys on that list. I saw Roger Stanfield out there, and his kids playing today for Fire. But there's so many stories about Roger, I don't know what's true or what's just legend.
We can't say them all.
No. Roger, he's a unique individual. Okay, Fortino getting chased, and his pass incomplete. So he's getting some pressure now.
Yeah.
And that is really affecting what's going on, Doug, with Fire's offense.
Well, anytime you can pressure the quarterback, it's good for you. And Fortino has had difficulties with his accuracy, but it's awfully difficult to complete a pass if you're having to run for your life. And that's what's happening with Fortino right now. The Law has dominated both the offensive and defensive lines of scrimmage.
Which I wasn't expecting.
No, yeah.
Me
neither.
When we look at the size and the youth and some of the dudes on Fire on both of their sides of the ball, it's just like, this is a little surprising that the older, more grizzled, not quite as big Law guys have been able to dominate the line. It's a good point, Doug.
Older and smarter.
Older, smarter, we can go with that. Fair catch called, not always a safe thing to do, as we've seen today. And at the 38-yard line, the Law will take over 1st down and 10 in a tie game with 8 minutes left to go in the third quarter.
Older and smarter. Not a bad way of looking at things.
Nice.
Real old and real smarter. But.
Love the crowd today. We got drums in the stands. It kind of feels like a Sac Republic vibe a little bit. A real nice crowd. I was talking to Joe Davidson of the Bee during halftime. Joe is out here. Wrote a great story about the Pig Bowl in Bee just 2 days ago. If you didn't get a chance to read it, it's all about the history of the game. Joe figures maybe 8,000 to 10,000 in fans today. I'm optimistic that it may be 15 and hope we're back here next year. All right, here's the pass out in the left flat, intended for 42 of Law, and that was Bjorn Patillo, I'm sorry. And also listed as 42 is Samuel Van Duzen, a tight end. So it's likely it was Van Duzen who was out there in the left flat, incomplete pass.
That's a ball that's got to be caught, though, Walt, because he had so much running room in front of it. And obviously, if you don't make the grab, you don't get the yardage.
Betancourt remains in at quarterback for the Law Hogs. I'd have to say Sloan, I thought, did a real nice job when he was in at quarterback for Law. Perhaps if this drive stalls, that maybe they'll consider going back to him. There's a nice pass by Betancourt, and that's complete to number 6. I'm sorry, that was to Terrence McDonald. And number 6.
No.
Number 6 is also, that's Ronnie Small, who is also listed as a quarterback, but was operating, I believe, as a receiver in that, unless that was McDonald. Could have been McDonald on that. So that is now a 3rd down and 6, as Betancourt is looking in, as you can see, right around the 36-yard line, looking for a signal. He's got it now, and we'll see what they'll do here on 3rd down and 6. Trips to the left. He looks right and decides to go down the middle, and it's incomplete.
I'm a little surprised, Walt, that both teams haven't gone to their tight end more frequently.
Sure. I think, yeah, that's something Greg had mentioned a little bit earlier, too, and I think, sure, that's sort of, you're going to pick up 5-6 a hit on something like that. Why not try that?
Well, especially you're going to get a quality athlete running against a linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's what you see in the NFL every day when they go to these spread offenses. All of a sudden, when they can't connect to the outside receivers, they go to the tight ends.
Wasn't Marlon Meggers a tight end? Sac State?
Was good.
Yeah.
Was as good.
He was another Drew Wyant era guy.
Yeah.
Drew fed him well. Here's the punt. It's going to bounce. Let's see what kind of roll it gets.
He might be Sac State Hall of Fame, by the way.
Yeah. Flag just thrown on the play. So that was fair amount of time after the ball. So I'm not sure whether that's some type of a personal foul or a hit from the back. But the law guys are like, what? So it likely is going to go against them. Let's go down to the sidelines. Kevin John and the game director, Kerry Trzynski. Kevin. All right, so they're talking, and they don't want to share it with us.
Are you surprised?
So Kevin's down there, and I see our crew is kind of hanging out a little bit. So we missed the pass on that one. But we're going to hear from Kerry in a moment. What do you think Kerry would have said?
Oh my God, he's talking about what he did amazing and they put this game together. And
oh my gosh,
what kind of plays he had. I told you guys earlier the story about him clipping somebody in the back so I wouldn't get the record on an interception. But
Kerry was a good basketball player too. I mean,
no, he says he can still dunk.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
No.
Holding against the law is the call. So that's where we're going with that. So obviously that's going to be set them back a little bit. I guess it looks like both teams are changing out their special teams, so we're going to try this.
They're going to pump it back. Well, Fire almost blocked that punt.
Yeah,
so
this is going to give Fire a lot better field position, obviously, because they're going to be the punt will be coming from probably the 10-yard line. Let's see where he eventually drops.
The problem is they only got 8 people on the field.
Okay. Now they're whistling a stop to this.
Timeout.
Timeout. Fire.
Smart.
All right, so they're going to. Are we going to take a break here? That's a timeout for Fire. All right, we will take a break. 6:51 left to go, third quarter. We're tied at 13.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
The punt has just been received by Fire, and taking it is Tim Crenshaw. And there are flags on the play, of course. So we'll have to see who's going to get it this time. but the ball is right now on the 26-yard line, but it looks like the official's going to be moving it backwards. So this is probably going to go against Fire.
The officials certainly getting their steps in.
Yeah.
Yep, he's motioning for the chains to come back. Black in the back against Fire.
Always.
That is the referee, Jerry Springer, by the way, in case you missed the beginning of the program. So we think Jerry's doing a great job today. He certainly has been busy, he and his crew.
Yeah, there's a wonder why there's so many fights on the field today.
Yeah. Let's go down to Kevin John with Kerry Trzynski. Kevin.
Well, I'm standing next to a very important person. He is the president of the Pig Bowl here, Kerry Trzynski. Now, Kerry, just seeing at the turnout here, seeing at all the money that this event has raised over the years, what does that mean to the community and to the Sacramento area?
First of all, it means that next year's game is going to be even bigger. Okay, and it's a great opportunity for the community to come out and see what our first responders, who they really are. Here playing football, raising money for the community and different charities. Great weather, great game, by the way, and it's just an overall great experience.
Now, Kerry, we know that you've had your fair share of excellence on the field in this game as well. You're the first and only person to score on offense and on defense. What do you like better, scoring an offensive touchdown or defensive touchdown?
Obviously, scoring on defense is much more impressive, and it can be a game changer, if you will, when you score on defense. So it was a tie game. We blocked the field goal, and I ran it all the way back. We ended up winning the game, so that was very special to me.
I love that. Now, Kerry, I'm looking at you. One of your biceps is about the size of myself. Do you feel that you can go out there right now, put on the pads, and still show these guys how it's done?
Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind I can go out there and play right now, but I know my role. My role is to give back to the community by making sure that this game continues on year after year.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, it's a wonderful turnout today. We couldn't have asked for better weather. Once again, Kerry Trzynski, the president of the Pig Bowl, thank you for all the hard work that you've been doing this year and making this come to fruition.
Thank you, guys. Access Sacramento, thank you for covering this event. We couldn't do this without you every year. So thank you guys very much.
Absolutely. With that being said, after standing to him, I'm going to go drink some milk, and I'm going to send it back to you guys at the booth.
Great. Nice to see you back in the booth, baby.
Well, great. You heard that.
All right, Kerry, thank you. I played basketball with Kerry back in the day. Kerry says he can still strap it on. Greg Coet?
Yeah, I don't know. We can all put the uniform on.
It's getting out on the field.
No, yeah, it's playing.
Gabe Taylor's pass is incomplete. The Fire offense is really stalled outside of that one great Gabe Taylor run. What would you do, Doug? What do you think they should do with this one?
Well, first of all, that last pass was deflected.
Yeah.
And you got to move your quarterback around. That's part of the problem. They're trying to stay in the pocket too much. I would move whoever's got the best feet. Move them around and find the open man.
Okay, Fire is going to be punting from about their own 5-yard line once all is said and done. There's the snap. But we have a whistle and a flag. So I'm going to estimate now 17 flags, Will. Would that be close? We were on target at halftime to maybe get 25. Jerry Springer, there he is. Still first down. They're going to mark it back against Fire, and they got a long way to go. And this is good news for Law because at some point when they get the ball back, it's probably going to be on the Fire side of the field the way things are going.
18 penalties through 2.5 quarters.
Here we go. Here's the punt again, although this one from the end zone, right from about the 1-yard line. Pretty decent punt.
To Gurnaby, he's going to run it.
Gurnaby from his 46. Cuts outside, down the sideline, still standing, and a flag. Gurnaby to the 29-yard line, so a return of about 30-35 yards on that. Nice return by Gurnaby.
Same thing, blocks in the back.
Okay, that's gonna come
I'm just
back.
guessing because it's a punt, but
yeah,
on the run back usually.
I wonder at some point if the officials will sort of just go, look, we could probably be throwing a flag on every play.
Yeah.
That is black in the back. Yeah. And it's like, okay, let's have a quick meeting here. Maybe there's some stuff we got to let go because it's like every other play, every third play.
Because we're going to have to turn the lights on? Right?
I think there's a 10 p.m. noise curfew here.
Hey,
okay,
cool
and
story.
we're at 3:40, and we may be running up against the 10 p.m. curfew.
Cool story, I think, right, is that Scott Gurneyby and I were in the academy together in 91, SBRA 1. And when we graduated, the day of graduation, I have a picture that somebody sent me years down the road. I'm holding the baby. I was like, whose kid am I holding, right? And Scott texts me. He goes, that's Josh, right? So now he's playing. Now he's part of our department. He's on the field playing.
Oh, my gosh. I guess that makes you feel good, and it also makes you feel like
old. I'm old.
Makes you feel like you've been here for a minute.
But, hey, I've been watching that kid play all through high school.
Sure.
You know?
Where did he go to high school?
Rockland High.
Okay.
And then he played college football Division II at Black Hills State in South Dakota.
South Dakota.
Which is West South. Yeah. And Scott used to drive up for every one of his games. I go, you're crazy.
You're dealing with some weather on that drive, too.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Heck yeah. Okay, that's kind of a design run, jump up, jump pass, and a flag. Wonder what that could be, unless it's pass interference.
Could have been beyond the line of scrimmage.
That's very possible, Doug. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're signaling. They're tapping the top of their hat. Good call, Doug, on that one as they march it back.
Doug's eyes are still good. We're good.
If you believe that, I got a bridge in Brooklyn I want to talk to you about.
He's a hawk with sharp talons. 4:43 to go. Third quarter, 13 all.
All right, let's start, like both teams, start minimizing mistakes and start putting something together here. It's coming down to the...
You got to
establish that fourth quarter. Huh?
You got to establish a base that works and build from that. I just think everybody's still kind of trying to figure it out. That's a pass that crosses midfield, so really not much of a gain there. And we'll be looking at third down coming up, I believe. Yep, third down and probably about 10.
Yep.
Take another look at this. What play is this, Doug? Okay, they're just trying to get it in the flat, see if we can't beat the corners.
Well,
and not much going on.
You're trying to beat the corners, but the corners are more athletic than the receiver. And they come up and they do a shove and wrap him up, boom, down.
Third down and 9. Rolling, passing, picked.
And it's picked up.
.21 on the pick.
Mitch Nelson.
Yep, Mitch Nelson.
Mitch Nelson on the pick.
Which is thrown right to him. I like these interceptions, right? They're not very...
That was Jay Sloan, who was in at quarterback for the Law, who really had a good first quarter in the minutes that he got. And you see this throw, that's not good. That wasn't what we saw from him earlier in this game.
Nelson, though, just jumped the route.
Yeah.
Good, very good play by the defensive back there.
Well, you got to, you know what? Here's what this game is always about, right? Is turnovers. So you got to minimize these. They already got 7 points over the last turnover. See if they capitalize here. But you're giving the ball back to them.
This is anybody's game. Fortino.
Speak of the devil.
And that is incomplete. That could have been picked, but the Law player was shoved from behind.
Once it's tipped, you're good, huh?
Yeah, it's
free game.
Yeah, it is.
Like basketball.
Yeah. And it's good that they know that it's like, no, that's not going to be any kind of a PI or a block in the back. It's a scrum. Here it is. Fortino throws. It's tipped at the line. You see the push.
I like that.
The climb over the top. So all that was an incomplete pass, 2nd and 10. Let's see if Fire can get back what they had in their first possession. They look great. Fortino has time. Dumps it off to Comey Tay. Tay skips and is finally out of bounds.
They took the ball.
They took the ball away. Has there been any...
Go! No
That's
whistle.
A live football.
No whistle at all.
That's a football that is in play. All of the...
Dante Gunther.
The Law guys are looking and the Fire guys go, look, isn't that down? They're trying to state their case, and the officials are shaking their head.
Well,
bizarre play. The replay, I can't wait to see here.
The official to the left signaled touchdown.
Dante Gunther, man.
Yep, Dante Gunther. Here it is. Take a look, guys. Doug, here it is. Here comes Komite with a great effort here.
He tries to run over Gunther here.
Yep.
Gunther just sticks him up.
And was Tay out of
Snatches
bounds?
the ball. No.
Is it possible Tay's foot was out of bounds? No, we can't tell from that angle, but the officials were there. Law played through and scored the touchdown, and Scott Brown is on to try the extra point.
Well, fortunately, there's no red flags in this game.
19-13. We'll update the score on our scoreboard in just a moment as Scott Brown got a practice. But Law has taken the lead 19-13. Law 19, Fire 13 is your score, and that's with 3:31 to go in the third quarter. Doug?
Need a second look. Because I think Tay was definitely out of bounds.
That's what I thought.
But I thought the
ball was gone by then?
No, he had a foot out of bounds as well.
Okay, so the call should not have been a fumble then. Is that what? Okay.
This is what football has come to now.
Well, I wish they would.
I love it.
I would love to communicate to the refs and say, we got replay up here, man.
Yeah, I know.
We got replay up here if you want to use us. I talked to the head referee about 6-7 years ago.
But then
I got replay if you want it.
We'd require you to make the right call. I don't know if they're going to rely on you.
Well, in the NFL, they do use replay. Here's Scott Brown, and that kick is sweet.
Good.
The call will stand. The play will stand. Maybe we can get another look at it just for
controversy.
Just for posterity, as Doug Kelly would say. We're going to go to break. Law has taken a 19-13 lead. We'll be right back.
I wonder if you know that I want the best for you. That I know what you're going through. I know things aren't easy, but you still show up. I wonder if you know that we can get help. That we don't have to go through this alone. Let's see how far we can go. Love, your mind.
All right, the extra point makes it 20-13, and here's the kickoff with Fire still very much in this football game. Crenshaw across the 40 holds on to the football, and Fire will have good field position. First down and 10, down 7 points with a lot of time left in this football game. What do you do, Greg? What do you do if you're Fire to try to get this thing back on track?
Well, I talked about it a little bit earlier. You got to take your skill. You know, each team's got skilled players that can do some great things. Those guys have to be impact players right now. They got to start making the plays. Your quarterback's got to get them the ball and make something happen, man. This is the time. This is awesome. You get to impress your whole family. Right now.
Yeah, maybe 15,000 people, and we're looking forward to next year's Pig Bowl. This one has been great. It's been competitive. Komite gets nowhere.
Yikes.
Once again, Fire has got Gabe Taylor in at quarterback, who had that touchdown run a while back. Taylor is coming off to the sidelines. Let's see if he's getting instructions or they're going to put... Yep. See who's going to be back at quarterback.
Well, the old adage, Walt, when you have 6 quarterbacks, you don't have one.
Yes. When you have 6 quarterbacks, you really don't have any. But in this case, you got guys who want to rotate, guys practice, you know. You want to give everybody an opportunity in a game like this.
Especially when you got the numbers
that
you never had before.
I think everybody's been given a shot here.
He's going to run it, though. That's his deal.
Maybe this is where they get things moving here.
You know what? I mean, what a great strategy, right? At some point in time. But you know what? Law enforcement's not going to be fooled like twice in a row. They're going to start recognizing numbers that are coming in, who's playing what position, and know that guy's running the ball, right? So, and I like him. right? I like how quick he is.
Yeah, you do. Second down and 9, and Fortino is going to come back in. He has not been in the first 2 plays of this drive. So now at 3rd down and 5, Nico Fortino is back into the game as quarterback for the fire department. Fortino, who threw for 33 touchdown passes at Lewis and Clark College. Great career up there, and then good enough for him to play a little bit in Germany professionally. Pass could have been caught, but was behind the receiver.
Not a good throw.
Not a good throw. Catchable ball, but
Catchable.
Not the best throw that we've seen.
Mr.
Again, the time,
Desjardins.
Kevin Desjardins, the
Desjardins.
wide receiver from Franklin High in Elk Grove.
That's my, I'm French, Coët.
Yeah,
So I like saying
that's true.
Desjardins.
We give you great liberty with the French names in this game, and it's basically just Desjardins.
Yes, that's it.
You should have been a hockey player.
Mm-hmm. So 4th down and 5, in a true Greg Coët fashion, they are going to go for it.
I would.
Yeah. 4th and 5. Let's see what happens here. Big play.
They're going to lock it up man-to-man, too.
Fortino looks, gets it out to the right flat, and that's not enough.
Nope.
Not going to get there.
That will be 3 yards short of a first down. Law will take over. 1st and 10 from the fire, 49-yard line. Let's go down to Kevin John with a player that just made that defensive steal and ran it back for the touchdown. A great play. Kevin.
All right, I'm happy to be joined right now by Dante Guther of the law enforcement side. You guys just saw him score a defensive touchdown right there. So, Dante, take me through that play. How are you guys able to grab the ball and then obviously take it back for the touchdown?
I was covering my man deep. I seen the back go to the flat. He came up short, caught the ball. I came up to make the tackle, and as I was making the tackle, I saw the ball. I took my opportunity. I grabbed the ball, and I ran the opposite direction, scored a touchdown for my team.
Definitely worked out. Obviously, in a game that's this tight and this close, a gritty kind of game, defense tends to be the difference maker in games of this sort. What was it that Coach Morris kind of told you guys at the half coming into this?
He told us to be aggressive and make sure we're just playing our assignments and play as one unit, just like we have been the whole game.
Well, clearly you guys internalized that, and he instilled that aggressiveness in you to get that big defensive touchdown. We're coming up here on the final quarter now. You on that defense in the secondary. What's your message to your guys?
Just keep playing hard, making sure we're playing assignment football, and don't get beat deep. That's it.
Don't get bit deep. Now, I got to tell you real quick, Kerry, the president, after you scored, he was like, well, he just scored a defensive touchdown. As long as he doesn't score an offensive touchdown, then my record still stands because he's the only one to score on both sides. So,
that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Good fun.
Good deal. All right, well, once again, Dante with the law enforcement just had the defensive touchdown. He said he's going to keep it aggressive here the final quarter. I'm going to send it back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, Kevin, thank you. Good play by Dante, and obviously, wow, that's been the difference in the game. It was, tie game, and there you have it. He put his team up with a great play, swiped the football, took it right out of the runner's Komite's hand, and ran it back about 50 yards.
Now,
So,
what amazing! Those are amazing plays. That doesn't happen very often.
No,
so
it doesn't.
That's
not
a play.
only do you take the football, but you run it back.
And then you score, yeah.
Sloan is back in at quarterback. Oh, that one was a connection that should have been made. Nice throw by Sloan, and the pass was dropped. And that was 39, John Ward, who had it, and that would have been a first down easily. And now it's 4th down and 5, and let's see if Law is going to go for it on the Fire 45-yard line. Some discussion going on here about you at home, you make the call. That was right there. Nice throw by Sloan.
1 second left in the third quarter.
They're going to have to run a play.
Unless the official starts the game clock. And
it's a drop pass.
Yeah, that's true.
Dante Guther made a really heads-up play, and we'll get into that in a second. But I'll tell you why the Law team is leading. Three different plays.
Okay, looking forward to that. That's kind of like your keys to the game here to start the fourth quarter. We're getting bonus keys to the game.
Let's get it.
I love that.
Wisdom from DK.
All right,
I love it.
Here is the last play of the third quarter. Sloan remains in at quarterback. I think they're going to punt it away.
Not yet.
Yeah, they're going to punt. Low snap. Oh, could have been. Let's see what kind of roll there is here. That is a law roll, and it's going to be down at about the 11-yard line. And they're just going to have, well, the clock didn't move. Nobody touched it. So we're going to get a lot of action in here with 1 second in the third quarter. And that's that. They're going to switch sides. We're going to stop down. That is the end of the third quarter at Pig Bowl 50. Back with final quarter to see who wins after this.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver. And we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
All right, we're about ready to start the fourth quarter. Let's take it back to the sidelines and Kevin John.
All right, well, I am standing by some very important people when it comes to the Pig Bowl. This is Robin Sutter. She is the Public Information Officer of the Pig Bowl and responsible for handling all the communication on this side. So, Robin, to see this happen another year, come together and to see that this turnout, what does that mean to you?
Oh, it means everything to me. Knowing that this game started in 1975 and it's 50 years strong, there's nothing out there like this. It's the nation's longest running charity football game. And truthfully, we've raised over $1.7 million, and I couldn't be any prouder to have this legacy right here in Sacramento.
I bet. Now, Robin, in case you're wondering, she brought a special person here. This is Iris. Iris is actually a junior broadcaster, so she's going to take my job one day. But Iris, I'm going to give you the mic, and you can ask Robin any question you want.
What does Pig Bowl mean to you? You know, I'm really happy that you asked that question. Pig Bowl means it's a family-friendly event, and it means that we're deeply rooted here in Sacramento and that we support our first responders. One of the things that I like the most about Sacramento, and especially right now with the 50th year, is having a museum that showcases all 50 years of Pig Bowl guns and hoses. You know, it's interesting. We're right here at the home of Hughes Stadium, right where it all began. To know that Hughes was going to go ahead and get demolished at one point, but Pig Bowl Guns and Hoses had a game here the very first 3 years that exceeded over 33,000 people, and that's the reason why Hughes Stadium is still standing, and that's the reason why we actually have the Sacramento Kings. Greg Lukenbill went ahead and saw that Sacramento was hungry for a sports team, that Sacramento was ready to go ahead and field a sports team. So here we are. We have the Sacramento Kings, we have Pig Bowl Guns and Hoses, and we couldn't be prouder.
All right, well, look at that. Iris, great job. You clearly could do my job better than me. And Robin, thank you for all that wonderful information. Clearly, Sacramento is a sports town, and we could see it by all the people that came out here tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the booth.
All right, Kevin, thank you, and thank you, Robin. She's there every year, and she's not just here for the game. She's doing this stuff year-round, which is what a hardcore group of Pig Bowl people do. I mean, they're going to start tomorrow or maybe even tonight talking about what worked and what they could do better next time. So we're going to show you what happened here with the interception. Nico throws. It is behind his receiver, and it is intercepted. And there we have it.
Archuleta on the pick.
Yep. Sloan still in. Has McDonald. Did he get it in bounds?
Yes, he did.
Touchdown, Law. Wow. I'm telling you.
That's all it takes.
Give Sloan some more throws here. He's been the difference coming back in. He's pitching and catching with his guys.
You know, Walt, we were talking earlier about some of the key plays. There have been 4, and they've all been for Law. 2 picks,
yep.
1 a pick 6, a blocked punt, and a blocked PAT. It's great defense and special teams play. And you got to give Guthrie a lot of credit because snap to whistle, that's what they teach. The other guys didn't play it, but Guthrie did, got the score.
All right, here's a look at the touchdown. Sloan puts it up top. Nice throw and a nice catch as we take another look at this to McDonald, who
over Crowder too, which is one of their best defensive backs. So
got the 1 foot in at the end.
Yeah, that was cherry all the way from every angle that we showed. All right, we're going to take a break. Law has increased their lead to 2 touchdowns, 13:56 to go.
Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted.
There's the kickoff, and it goes out of bounds. Yet another flag, so we'll see what happens with this one, see if they decide to kick it again or they're just going to get the penalty and move the ball up. But Fire's got the football. They're down 2 touchdowns. Their quarterback, who came in here pretty heralded, who's got a lot of experience, both high school, college, and professional, who looks like he can really throw the football and can run with the football, just has not connected with his receivers today. And, he's been picked a couple of times, and he's got to bring these guys back. After his last pick, he was just shaking his head. He can't believe how he's playing in this game, but the guy's got a lot of talent, and he really is the only guy that can bring Fire back, and he's got the time to do it. We're talking about Nico Fortino, quarterback number 15, with the football, hands it off. Looks like Comey Tay again. Not much there, maybe a yard.
You know, we do a great job of talking about this game like they play this for a living, right? And they really don't, right? So, I mean, you might have played college football, some pro football, but you're not doing it on a daily basis, so you sort of lose those touches. And when stuff speeds up like this, you can practice all you want and get your own guys. It's when that game goes at 100% that things start to change, and I think that's what he's seeing, right?
Yeah, he is seeing that, and you mentioned in the pregame, Eric Garside's been the Fire quarterback for a lot of years, and he saw Fortino and said, you know what, I'm not even going to dress this year. This is our guy.
Yep.
And so it just hasn't worked out. Fortino's going to go deep, underthrown, and total coverage on that. By Law, had that totally bottled up. 24 on the coverage for Law was yeah. Second down.
Who's been playing? He's done a great job over the years, but one of the old veterans now, right?
What does Fortino need to do here, Doug?
Well, he's got to not lock in on just one receiver,
right?
Because whoever he locks in on, that's where the ball's going. You got to move it around. Even some guys that 1 or 2 catches on the day. But again, I say go to the tight end.
All right, let's see what happens here. It is 3rd down and 9. Fortino 2 for 9, second half, 15 yards and picked twice. There's his throw. Whoa, dangerous across the middle. That is incomplete. And again, nice hit by the
Gurnaby,
secondary.
Man.
Yeah,
Hey,
Gurnaby with a nice hit on that one.
I'm going to tell you what. You know what? If people told me about anyone this year, I go, hey, who's looking good in practice? They just shook their head and they go, Gurnaby in practice is killing it. Right?
No kidding.
So they're just not used to seeing some kid that plays some college. He's a quick kid. He's fast out there. He does a great job. So.
And there's a lot of guys like that who won't do that in practice.
No.
Right? It's like, I don't need to show these guys. At game day, they'll see what I got. I'm not going to get hurt, or I'm not going to expend a ton of energy. But if there's a guy running crazy in practice, that's a guy who's probably going to do it in a game.
Yeah, 1,000%.
You were talking about Randy Moss, right there.
Yeah, exactly. That punt was almost blocked. Law has a chance to do something here. It is Gurnaby. He's got to be
he's just a player, man.
Yeah, he's a player. He's got to be
playing
one of our
offense, defense, and special teams.
Yeah, he's got to be our early candidate maybe for MVP. We're going to have to start locking in on that in about 10 or 15 minutes.
I'll tell you what, and this is sort of the hidden secrets, right? I go to the morning breakfast for the law, and it's a pretty prestigious award ceremony that they give out there. And one is the Ken Harbuck Award, which you can only imagine, right?
Yeah.
Comes with a lot of potential, right? To give it to a first-year player, Josh won that today. He looked at his dad sitting next to him. He goes, you better get your butt up there and grab that. There's a lot of prestige behind that award.
Well, Ken Harbuck, one of the great players in this Pig Bowl out of the Sheriff's side for many, many years, who, as Doug described, had a cup of coffee with the Kansas City Chiefs, who Doug worked for many years.
Yeah.
So
back when they weren't as good as they are now.
Yeah. Well, they're about as good as you can get now, so that's... they had their time back in the 60s, 70s with Len Dawson, Otis Taylor, and Jan Stenerud, and all those great names.
Willie Lanier, Jim Lynch, Bobby Bell.
Hey, Sloan's running a little hurry-up offense here.
Sloan is doing a really nice job. I've really been impressed with him in total command of the offense, making big throws, making crisp throws.
You know what Chase has is that quiet confidence and a little bit of cockiness, which is what you want in your quarterback.
Well,
like that.
He's your guy if that's how he is.
He's a Notre Dame guy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or a fan, I said. Notre Dame fan.
Notre Dame fan. All right. We are at 12 minutes left to go in the Pig Bowl. Law with a 2-touchdown lead, but they're being real aggressive. They're not just running the football to burn clock. Hand off to 29. Maybe gets 4, maybe gets 5 or so. 29 is David Godwin. Take another look at this. Good-sized dude right there. 29 was on the carry.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, it was D'Angelo Milbert Wilson.
That's what's on your list, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
our lists of players and numbers are a little different.
There's 2 28s.
Yeah. I think, what did we decide? Like 10 players on both teams with duplicate numbers. Pass complete to McDonald. That is going to be real close.
Real close.
I'm not sure if the official is moving the chains.
Move them.
Okay.
You're moving them.
He's moving them. Let's see how close this was as we look at Sloan. McDonald, low throw. Gets hit. It just gets over the line. Just made the first down.
If they'd have wrapped him up once he made the catch, it's a different story.
First down, Law from the 30-yard line.
Even if perfectly content right now, Walt, to just chew up the clock.
Yeah, chew the clock, and even a Scott Brown field goal from 30, 40 yards would probably ice this. Clock continues to run, as you guys said. Very important here. Off tackle to the left side.
Well, hey, I think Fire thinks the same thing you guys are thinking up in the booth here, because they're starting to blitz, right, on the run, those run blitzes. So we'll figure something out here.
Well,
that defense is too good.
Yeah.
It's too good.
What do you do if you're the Fire defense and you know the Law is just burning clock? Is that what you need to do to try to create something?
Yeah, you got to start utilizing your resources. Make something happen, right?
Make something happen.
Start stripping the ball, going
got
great.
it.
Take some chances.
Got it.
Well, it's one word.
Yeah.
Turnover.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Sloan. Gonna run left, cuts inside. Nice little run, getting it down to about close to the 20, 21 yard line. And that's...
Walt, every time you snap the football, provided there's no penalty or nobody goes out of bounds, you chew up 30 to 45 seconds.
Exactly.
Well, even better in this game because they just run this clock no matter what. Right?
First down. Keeping it on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Minimal.
A little tush push.
Minimal opportunity for interception.
I don't know what else they call
crazy.
that. What do you call that?
I don't know. I hadn't even thought about it. I guess tush push.
I call it the USC special.
No, that was called the bush push.
The push, okay.
Bush push.
Jay Sloan, 4 of 6 for 32.
Oh, that's what you didn't want to see. And I think he still got it back, didn't he? Is it a fireball? It looked like he was able to double back after he missed it.
Hey, Conlon.
Oh, my goodness.
Conlon got it, number 2.
All right, so how does that happen when you're just burning clock?
That's the pig bowl right there.
That's the best way to put it.
First down. Fire gets a life.
8:43 to go.
Yeah, I mean, they need to punch something in here real soon in order to set up something here at the end.
Isn't that your mindset?
This is it. I think if they don't score a touchdown on this drive, I think they're screwed. Yeah,
no
if they
punch.
turn it over on downs, that's that.
Yeah,
But
even if you get the 4th down, you can't punt the ball.
No, not down 2 scores, not down 2 touchdowns. You're right, Doug. Even if it's 4th down from where they are now, they're going to have to go for it. But that's 3 plays from now. Let's see what happens here. Again, quarterback, that could have been somewhat catchable, but again, it was high. It was high, though.
Come on.
Watch the replay.
That's what you get paid for, catching the ball.
Well, I don't know who's getting paid today, as you so eloquently pointed out earlier.
Me neither.
Yeah, you got to catch that ball, though.
You do.
Yeah.
Pierce Thomas, the tight end. Fire listening to Doug saying you got to get some tight ends involved. Here's the throw. The pass. It was up, but, I mean, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't that long of a throw.
No, but
it could have been right.
He had both hands on it.
Yeah.
And if you have both hands on it, you got to catch it.
There's not a lot of perfection in football, by the way. It's a pretty ugly sport.
2nd down and 10.
Ugly but beautiful.
Yes.
You got switching quarterback.
Yes. Gabe back in.
Gonna run it.
Yeah. He needs to get out of this, and he's trying to. Oh, he's a nice runner, isn't he? The dude, oh my gosh. Finally tackled by his own man. Somebody in his own team said, all right, enough. That was a beautiful run.
You're making me tired. How much time?
I know, right?
Tired of running around.
Gabe Taylor.
He must have run 30, 40 yards.
30 or 40 yards to get 5.
In multiple ways.
Fran Tarkington.
Yes, Francis Asbury Tarkington, University of Georgia.
First draft choice of?
The New York Giants.
Yeah. Minnesota Vikings.
Okay, he later went to the Giants.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys. Yeah, obviously, neither one of you played football.
We go down Google rabbit holes as well.
You don't have brain loss like I do.
Yeah.
Oh, I played until I got cut.
Well.
But true story. I got cut so they could keep Dan Pastorini.
Dante Pastorini, wow.
Yep.
Okay, somebody made the right call.
Yeah.
I mean,
are you complaining?
Worked out for him, worked out for you, right? So
I would have traded paychecks with him, though.
Yeah, Dante had a great career and a great life off the field.
Yes, he did. He's slowed it down considerably these days.
Yep.
But no, I was a punter, and the coach pointed out that if I keep him, I got a quarterback and a punter.
Yeah, that's right. 3rd down and 3. Gabe remains in at quarterback, rolling right. His specialty is getting out of jams.
Well, fumble.
And that one,
pick, scoop, and score.
Jerry Springer says rule down.
No, really?
Yep, he's ruling it down. In this series, Law coming in, winning 15 of the first 18, but obviously the Fire has won the last 2 games, and it looks like Law is going to recapture. There's some of the long winning streaks. You see the Sheriffs 5 straight, 98 to 2002. That sort of was the dominant end to the original Pig Bowl, which gets us to Guns and Hoses right now. Law had a long winning streak till 2021, but Fire has won the last 2. Been a pretty competitive game until this quarter, where Fire has sort of burned themselves.
Well, hey, great defensive play. Right?
And they're punting, which we didn't think they would do with 6:45 to go. Nice punt. Fair catch. And now Law gets back to the business of burning clock.
Hey, once you got sacked back on your 20, I think you got to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Unless you're just giving up.
If you're 4th and 17 from your own 20, which they were, really, you might as well just, all right.
Yes, sir.
This could get real ugly. We don't want to lose by 3 touchdowns. If we have to lose by 2 touchdowns, that's where it is right now. Let's hope we get another quick takeaway. And again, Greg, to your point, the Fire defense right now has to be in steel football mode.
Well, all you got to do is someone step up and make a play, right? Hey, don't go out there. You know what? I noticed the Fire guys, after the first score right off the bat, their shoulders went from like, yeah, let's kick some butt to,
I know.
Right? And
I saw
it's sort of been that sideline the whole game.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, very much so. I think they're sort of shocked.
Yeah.
I think Fire came in here with a good head of steam, a great roster, and it just hasn't worked out for them. They have not gotten any consistent play from their starting quarterback, and if you get 5 or 6 or 7 of those throws that were overthrown, or it might be a different game.
Could well have been a different
game.
Very
much so.
So what do they call it? Reliable sources told me, right? Is that a media thing?
Yeah, it's
reliable sources told me
everything's
that
a media thing.
Fire was pretty confident that they were going to win this game.
Yes, yep. Well, if you've won 2 in a row, Greg, and you got a good big roster, right? I mean, don't take offense to that because you're a Law guy.
No.
But I mean, Fire came in here feeling good about Fire.
No, it didn't.
Right?
It didn't I didn't start thinking about pulling out my pads. Put it that way.
Okay. I think it's going to be a good game next year. I think Fire can see what's going on. I think if Fortino comes back, he'll be sharper. Okay. That was a nice tackle by the D-line of Fire, but really, just burn clock if you're Law. It doesn't matter how good the tackle looks. Law just wants the clock to run, and it is. You could really take 3 knees and burn clock, and you're guaranteed where you're not going to fumble the football.
Yeah, we're 3rd and 15 here, Walt, so...
What you want to do? Are you going to throw? Would you throw on 3rd and 15 when you're trying to burn clock?
Right. In this game, heck yeah. I don't care.
Man, you're playing like this is a video game, man.
No, it is.
This is a video game to you.
It's a high school video game.
Oh, gosh.
See?
Here's the throw, and it's incomplete. No flags, oddly. It looked like it could have been a little cornerback holding there by 21 from Fire.
Yeah.
But it will be 4th down.
Our tight end got tripped up.
All right, let's go down to the sidelines. Kevin John. Kevin?
Ooh, I hope they don't block this.
Well, I'm standing here next to a very important individual. If you watch the Hall of Fame induction during the half, you saw Will Bean here come across, but he wasn't being inducted into the Hall of Fame today. His late son, who lost his life in the line of duty, was being inducted into the Hall of Fame, and Will was here for him. So my first question to you, Will, what does it mean to carry on your son's legacy in the manner that you're doing?
Well, obviously, it means a lot to me. His favorite thing was football. He loved football. He loved this game. He loved playing in the game. He ended up going to Sierra College and playing football there. He loved it so much. So 25 years ago, this means a lot to me. It means a lot to me.
I can imagine. I know that's difficult for any parent to go through, and I can't imagine the amount of pain that you had to go through. But the fact that you've been able to persevere 20-plus years since it's happened, and you're able to do things like this. You have a golf tournament, I believe, in your son's name, and the fact that you're able to still do things in his name for good, charity and whatnot. What does that speak to about his legacy and what you guys are doing?
Well, I don't know what it means about me, but it means a lot about him. He's the one that's my driving force that keeps me going in his honor, in his name. Yeah.
Well, wonderful. I know you said he was a huge football player and he loves football, so I'm sure he's watching this game down from heaven today.
For sure.
Absolutely. Do you have any predictions on how this is going to play out here with 5 minutes left in the fourth?
Right now, I think the Hogs are looking pretty darn good, and I hope at the end of the game we prevail.
All right. Well, you heard Will Bean say it right there. The Hogs that prevail. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. All right. I'll send it back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Kevin John. With 5 minutes left, we have a couple of flags here. And this is going to go against the Fire, I believe. Maybe both flags against Fire. Not sure where the ball's going to end up or how the end result of all this. But back to Bill Bean.
Yeah.
Great guy and a really good football player.
You're a great football player.
Yeah,
out here,
I mean,
man.
it was so tough because he had recently played, I think, in a game and then lost his life in the line of duty. And it was like, oh, my gosh, it was like one of those things where it was like we would say, I just saw him.
I know.
You know, I just saw him. And
it was like one of the most realistic things that happened to me when I was new on this department, right? Because we all knew him and what a great player he was, a great athlete. Quick little stories. I took my daughter when she was 2 down to the police memorial, right? And you go down there, and I took her because I had to watch her, but I was doing our honor guard for our department down there for the event. And afterwards, I walked over and sat at the table across the street, and I'm sitting at the table, unbeknownst to me, next to Will, right? Bill Bean Sr., and my daughter looks at him and goes, "What's the picture on your chest?" And she goes, "That's my son." I go, "Riley, do you remember when I told you what we're here for?" And I go, "That's his son lost his life." And she just started crying, and he talked to her for an hour. It was so cool.
You know, the hidden thing in that is I'm glad she was there.
Yep.
I have those moments with my kids when we're at an event and they see something that I hope connects to them. And I'm glad that Riley had that moment there and that moment with her dad. I think that's great. All right.
Still got pictures, by the way.
Yep. Nico Fortino throws, and it is incomplete, a little bit low. Again, catchable ball.
So, you know
the
what?
sun is beaming out in midfield right now.
That's what's happening. You guys can talk all about the quarterback, but all these balls are catchable. His receivers just aren't making catches right now, and that's costing them big time.
2nd down and 10. Fortino operating from his own 44-yard line. Again, 4:55 to go. If they can punch one in here in the next couple of minutes, you get an onside kick. Crazier things have happened. So this is obviously, like the last drive, an extremely important drive here for Fire and Nico Fortino.
Just the body language, though, it's killing me.
Yeah.
It's like a slow walk to the line of scrimmage. No urgency. No excitement. I'm looking for somebody on defense to make a play.
Fortino drops, has time, pumps. Goes, and the pass is complete. 1st down, 40-yard line. Tim Crenshaw, number 11, caught that big touchdown pass early in the game.
I mean, if I'm Law, right, I look at Crenshaw where he's at because he's the only guy catching balls right
Correct, right. You may want to put 1, 2, 1.5 guys on him.
Yeah, no, tighten up a little bit.
Yep.
You split out right, wide now. They'll send him deep, and then number 4 will go out to a quick out here. They got trips to the left. Single.
Fortino goes up the middle. That looks like it was a design call. He really didn't even check his reads on that. He dropped and started running right away like that was the call.
No, you should have had Gabe in there running that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if Gabe's in there, they know they're going to run that, right?
Good point. I don't know.
Okay, clock still moves, and to your point, Greg, you kind of need to move this along here if you want a chance to win. They're just really moving slow to the line of scrimmage. 3:54 and counting.
Maybe they got a big play planned here.
Fortino sends a man in motion. It's Gabe.
Desjardins.
Gonna go
Double pass here.
Going to go to Gabe. That's behind the line of scrimmage. You may want to grab
pass.
that. And he wants to throw it, and it's picked off. Wow. This is when it just goes all wrong. All wrong.
That's my boy Tim Merrill right there.
I believe it's known as the wheels falling off.
The wheels have fallen off, or the train has left the tracks. It's any which. Go ahead, Greg.
Hey, that's one of those plays you put in, at the last. You're hoping it works, and the guys that get the opportunity to run those plays, they want to make it work so bad that you just throw the ball up in the air. Tim Merrill has been playing in this game for ages, huge defensive end, and I got told at the picnic that I can't tell over the air that he's the biggest guy on the team anymore, but he is. He's a big guy at defensive end, man, and a stud player. So he'll be dancing, I'm sure, in that locker room over that.
3:27 to go, so this game is pretty much at hand for Law. Rolling out to quarterback is number 11, Jace Sloan, who has taken over the reins here for Law at quarterback. Let's see if they're going to burn clock or have a little fun. Sloan in a keeper. I think the game is significantly in their favor right now. Greg, do you think they have to keep running, or can they have a little bit of fun, try to punch one in? What would you do? Just keep running?
You know what? You get a chance in this situation, get some guys in and score the ball.
Okay.
I mean, you play once a year.
Okay.
Have some fun, right? Go have a good time. So, Miguel Gonzalez, right? 6'4", 270. Oh, lineman, we'll never mention him, but he told me, he goes, I'm bigger than Merrill. That's why you better tell me. I go, I don't know. He's 6'5", 265. So
a battle for bigness.
I love it.
That could be being a first down. You want to stay in bounds or not, but that looks like it's another first down for Law. The clock continues to run, just stops at 2:42.
Only for the first down.
Take another look at this one.
Nice run. I really like the offensive package that they came out with. A little bit different look, and I'm going to tell you what, if Fire next year comes back and plays this, they'll have a different style defense to defend against that offense.
Right.
Maybe they didn't have the option to put in that nickel or dime or get those type of players in there, but they have to have some quicker players playing at on the slots, right?
The Law offense got a lot better when the head coach decided he should no longer call the plays.
Coach Morris.
At least he's candid about it.
Maybe this is a kind of game, if Law gets down to the 1-yard line, where they'd put in a Greg Cohen for the 1-yard dive, right? Wouldn't that be something?
He's so silly because I got an offensive touchdown.
I mean, wouldn't you want to punch one in from the Greg?
It would be something.
There's got to be somebody on that sideline.
You know what? I'm sorry. We're going to have to start talking about our MVPs, our defensive player of the game.
You guys get working on that.
Right,
I've got some ideas.
You see the iPad? I'm already doing it.
Okay, good. Flags on the play. 1:38 to go. We're working right now on most outstanding offensive player, most outstanding defensive player, and the MVP. Are we allowed to talk about this on the air? Or are we supposed
to? We can talk about it.
Is this like the Iowa caucus where everything has got to be some kind of a secret?
With Mr. Johnson over there, right?
Okay.
There's a whole.
I don't think he wants anything to do with this.
No, last year
I think they put it all on him last year.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
And then I went back and forth. So we had some communication.
We're filling it out right now. Doug is handling that. That's a good call right there. We're working on our ballot right now. What about this one, Doug?
Yeah,
that's really sweet.
He's my defense.
This is so secretive right now. I like it.
Well, we're not saying
Christmas morning.
We're talking. We're talking about who's MVP and all that kind of stuff. We've got people from the Iowa caucus who are waiting for our secret ballot, and they want to announce it. And Doug you've got perfect handwriting, Doug, for a left-hander.
No, cursive.
Cursive.
It's coming back. It's back in the public schools.
Oh my goodness, we can't. I can't disagree with any of that. Doug Kelly, man, that was. And we submitted our ballot. You're going to hear in a minute who we've got as game MVP, defensive player MVP, and offensive player MVP. So.
And
we have a timeout. We want to stay here, or we're gonna? I guess we can stay here. There is Greg Coet, ladies and gentlemen. That's from my secret collection. That's Greg Coet, surge safety, and I think that's an autograph. So that's worth probably
$1.20.
It's probably worth. And we have the other picture too. I'm not sure if we have the other.
Oh, not
picture.
the hair one, please.
Was that the backside?
Oh,
there's the backside of the card.
Why would you take that picture? It was windy.
Dude, that's a windy day at practice. Is that Rancho Murrieta?
Yeah. Rancho Murrieta.
Right? It's like, why would anybody use that picture of you on a football card? I love that when I saw that.
That kills me.
I'm like, I've got so much stuff I want to use on Coet today. That was my idea coming in.
You know what? I'll tell you what. I get one of those maybe a month sent to my house from some kid.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's so cool. I read their little stories, I sign their card, and I send it back to them.
Wow.
I think it's pretty awesome.
Is that a little kid in Columbus who was?
No, it's probably not a little kid, but they identify as a little kid. So.
Oh my gosh.
It's pretty awesome, though. I have those cards at home, and
That's beautiful. You played at every level, Greg.
Doug would like this. That picture was taken in New York.
Was
New York
it?
Giants Stadium, yeah.
Okay. 49 seconds left as we're talking
Played
about
the-
some old times.
Golden
with the
Knights,
Sacramento Surge of the World League of American Football. Greg Coet was a star player there. Doug Kelly was their communications director, the good old Fred Anderson days.
Oh, yeah.
We all went to play the Frankfurt Fire in Germany.
Galaxy.
Frankfurt Rheinfire, Frankfurt Galaxy, and that was I did play-by-play of that game in Germany, and that was a blast. Got to do it with Jack Youngblood. Oh my God, there was a life highlight, not just a career highlight, but I got to call this game with Jack Youngblood. That was great. As we're gonna run the clock down, that could be possibly it.
Don't forget, Walt, 92 World Bowl champions.
Yes, absolutely. With David Archer, correct?
Arch.
David
The
Archer.
fabulous Arch.
To Carl Parker.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
David Archer, still the longtime radio analyst for your Atlanta Falcons.
Wow, he's still doing that.
I've run into Archer a couple times up caddying at the Celebrity Golf Classic up in Tahoe.
Okay.
McMahon. Caddying for McMahon. Barefoot McMahon.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah, they're buddies.
Yeah, I know.
And Jim is certifiably different.
No, he's awesome.
Wow.
Interesting
Yeah,
cat.
he is. How did he play at BYU? Being with his personality.
That is a great question.
Why not go to the place you don't fit in the most?
Hey, I had a kid I played with at junior college my first year, and he went to BYU, and there's no way in heck in the next year they won that national championship.
Okay.
Came home with a ring.
Well, you know who McMahon's backup was at BYU?
Robbie Bosco?
No.
Who?
Mark, the human statue that the Raiders had. Mark
Wilson.
Mark Malone. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Will James.
So we just missed you guys. Walt White just came in and said hello, right? And he's the one back in the day. I can remember him coming up to me in Rancho Marietta, where we both lived, coming up to me and told me, "Hey, if the police ever bail out of this game, I got the fire department's going to do that."
Okay, so that was the origin.
Yep.
There's a pass that was tipped away and a nice bit of defensive work by 26, and that is Jason Slattery, or Michael Booth. There's two 26s.
No, it's Slattery.
Okay,
Booth
Slattery
plays
is a
offense.
defensive back.
Yeah.
Who led 26, and 8 seconds left in this game.
Kevin John with a perfect spiral to the
Nice.
sideline official, so we can continue this contest.
Hey, it's been a pleasure working with you guys
Yeah,
again,
this has
right?
been
The
fun.
50th. I
Yep.
can't believe we're here. We're all here on this.
This is, let's make a date to rejoin and
Yep.
have a sandwich together again next year and see how
We
it
should be
all
singing
goes
that
out.
Monday Night Football song.
If anybody does, it'll be Doug. He's Dandy Don.
Dandy Don.
Here's the last play of the Pig Bowl. Pig Bowl number 50. Passes up
Pick.
and almost picked off. I lied. 4 seconds left. Clock stops.
Oh, they're going to run. Nope. 2.
They are going to hold it to 2, so we have one more play left. Again, just fantastic weather today. You like a little bit of overcast. You don't want rain.
I'm gonna tell you,
want a temperature of about 60 if you're a football player. It keeps you cool.
Yep.
And you know what? We've just been so lucky.
That VIP booth, right, that is a new addition this year, right on the
Wow.
back of the end zone, is packed.
I am telling
What a
you.
great place, man.
I-
we need to set up
I
our booth
said
down there yet next year.
If Gary Martin's listening, if we could broadcast from the VIP booth
Oh.
next year with some monitors, he'd be like Harry Carey calling St. Louis Cardinals games from the bleachers.
Yeah,
you know,
perfect.
where he's having some Pabst and interacting, and his shirt is off.
Pick.
That's your football
That's a
game.
game.
It's over.
Hey, once again to the people, I know the game's just ended, but once again to the people that put this game on, the board of directors, all those guys that you never see, right? It's amazing.
Yep.
Those guys,
Sure
they
is.
just do a great job. And I guarantee I'll be talking to them here in a minute out in that parking lot, and they'll be happy as can be, but they'll start it all over tomorrow.
I think everybody was pleased with what happened today. especially if you're on the log team. I think the Fire came in thinking they were, odds-on favorites to make this 3 in a row. If there's any disappointment, it's in that line right now with the white jerseys. But I think once they, get the pads off, have a beverage, realize that this all worked out, it was for charity. I know it's disappointing, but then, this will give them a little fuel. And I really expect a really closer competitive game next year. Both of these rosters have a lot of talent, and they have a lot of players. Both teams with 100 players on the roster today, which is unheard of for any Pig Bowl game I've ever seen.
No, it's
Doug, have you seen rosters over 100 for any Pig Bowl?
Never.
Maybe the early ones. I don't know. I missed the first 15. But maybe the rosters were like that. But I doubt there were 100 sheriff's
deputies
they
were making cuts
and
back
100
then.
police. I don't know. Did they try to keep the rosters at 60?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if there's cuts here.
This is by far the biggest rosters for both teams ever, and it should be for the 50th, right? And there was a thought process of, hey, just come out and be part of a team. Let's have fun.
Yeah.
It's for a good cause.
Yeah.
And put it together and do it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, what better bonding moment for men, right, to come out here and jump on this field and play a competitive sport. You can go, you know what they're going to do? I know what they do. They go to this locker room, then they go to the after party, and they talk about all this stuff. And debrief, I call it. Have a good time and laugh and joke, right? It's awesome.
Definitely. There is more to come, and that is the post party, which everybody's going to enjoy. There's your final score. Back with more. And the announcement of MVPs and players of the game and interviews. We're not done yet. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Adding your own flavor to fashion comes with age.
Okay, Dad, look at you.
Yeah, welcome. Hi.
Forgetting how to add doesn't. Finding it difficult to work with numbers may be a sign of Alzheimer's.
Dad, are you okay?
An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's. Some things come with age, some others don't.
I wonder if you know that I want the best for you. I know you're going through a lot. I wonder if you know that the big homie needs help too. He can't just rebound from everything. I know you've been grinding.
Let's go.
But how long will you fight solo? I wonder if you know that we can get help. I wonder why we waited so long. Not wondering anymore. Love, your mind. Let's see how far we can go.
Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted.
You are looking live at the final score, and you can see the players off in the distance. The handshake line is just wrapping up. It's been going on for literally 7 to 10 minutes because there's so many players on each side. Everybody like, good game, glad we made it through it. So many people down on the field right now, and just getting together, and a lot of people saying, hey, listen, I got I'm roasting a pig over at the house later on. And I actually hired a bartender. This may be an event you want to swing by and join us. And
I'm going to tell you what.
And the pool is heated.
Yeah, and the parking lot out here with the campers in it will be there for a while.
Oh, my gosh,
so,
yeah. How late will they stay tonight?
Oh, yeah, they stay quite a while. Some do not leave.
Okay,
because,
maybe you don't want to.
We want to be responsible.
Yes, you do want to be, especially if you're in LE. You don't want to be rolling out of here sideways.
So one of the coolest things about this game, and then they did away with it for a couple years recently, and then it's brought it back once we came back to Sac City here, is that you get your families out of the stands and they come out on the field after this game.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
And you know what? The pictures that I have over the years with different friends and people that I've met and their families and everybody else is amazing. So
it's gold, yeah.
It's pretty cool. It's something to be cherished forever.
It is, because this really is the post-game. It's friendship and family time. And I know you probably had pictures with the kids and all that stuff, after the game, and everybody's like, "Daddy, you played great, and you're in one piece."
Yeah,
which is good.
That's what we don't talk about, Walt, is the injuries that we don't have someone down the sideline telling us about these injuries, but I guarantee they're there.
Yeah, well, nothing. I didn't see anything serious today. I really didn't see anything where. There may be a couple of guys on Law that hobbled off, but there wasn't anything where people got concussed that I saw. Let's listen in to Steve Johnson right now.
They just gave away the most dedicated cheerleader.
You got to like that.
And Dee Douglas has been doing it for years, also works on our department. Her husband plays on the team. It's pretty cool.
Let's listen to see what Steve's next call is here. See if he's announcing the MVP and offensive MVP, defensive MVP. All right, they're still doing some cheerleader. There I see Louis Stanfill over to the left over there with his wife Kramer.
Yep.
You see Lou, I know we can't get a shot of that. It's right over by where Kevin John was standing. But Lou, his first year playing football after many years of USA Rugby.
Amazing.
Battle cancer survivor.
Kim.
His wife Kramer.
Come on out, Kim. Thank you.
Who I tell you runs that ship in that family. Kramer's been a swim coach for our kids for years and very active.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 Pig Bowl Guns N' Hoses cheerleaders.
Yeah.
And now, to present the awards for this afternoon's game.
Here we go.
The most outstanding offensive player goes to Jace Sloan from Law, number 11.
Very nice. Well-deserved, Jace. In the quarterback trio rotation, he established himself as the definite
Congratulations,
most effective on that one. I like to see that they worked three guys around in that. Everybody got a chance to play. They went back to Jace smartly when they saw that he really had the command of the situation.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Steve introduce the next two. We're obviously getting the scoop here for you.
Yeah, we know.
Now you know who the MVP
And the next award is for the most outstanding offensive player, and that's Dante Gunther.
Yeah, that's for
from
defensive.
Law, number 22.
Defensive player.
That's all right.
That's for defense.
Right,
yep.
Changed the game right there.
And
right,
then,
one big play for
Sure
Dante.
did. No question about
sort of
that.
Changed the whole.
He stole the ball. Not only stole the ball, but ran it all the way back, about 45 yards.
Great play, and
that was delicious. We're waiting for the MVP to be announced. There is Sheriff Cooper
Dante.
with Deputy Gunther. Everybody getting
And our
pictures.
last and final award goes to the most valuable player for Pig Bowl 50.
The kid that
and
did
that is
everything.
Josh Gurnaby from Law, number 15. Josh Gurnaby.
What a game, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if you think about what an MVP stands for, he played offense, played defense, played special teams.
Played well.
Caught the ball, made some big plays.
Yeah.
Was just involved in the whole aspect of the game, and God bless him, right? And can't believe I knew him.
Special
when he
thanks
was born,
goes
right?
out
It's pretty
to
awesome.
Adrian Blanco Jewelry from Folsom.
So
as
his
each
dad,
player
obviously,
will be
Scott,
awarded
right?
a
I mean,
Eco
what a
Watch,
legacy there,
a Citizens
you know?
Eco Watch for
Well,
their
I say they're the
awards
only father-son
at this time as
duo
well.
out there playing, and Scott and I were in the academy together.
Is there a
Scott worked
thin
for
blue
me
line
for
or
years.
a red line? I think
Just
they're
a
going to
great
pick blue
guy.
lines, but I'm
All right,
not
we
sure.
have Kevin John, who's down on the sidelines, and I know he's got the game MVP
Merrill.
down there. I think we're.
That's Tim Merrill.
I think we're about ready to go down to Kevin.
Again, thank you, Adrian. for your assistance.
Even though
in
he was
keeping
not
Pig Bull
named
going.
player
We
of the
appreciate
game, he definitely made the play of the game. Tim
Ladies and
Merrill
gentlemen, that's
from
it.
law enforcement.
Pig Bull 50
So
is
Tim,
in the books.
that last drive, they
We
were
hope
coming
to
down. They
see
had
you
to
all
score to
next
get
year
to
for
stay
Pig
in this
Bull
game.
51.
They tried to trickaroo play.
safely
You were able, right
and
place,
have a
right time. You
great
got the
rest of the
interception. Can you
day.
take me through it?
So I tried to get the quarterback, rolled out, got off the ground, seen the ball coming my way. I licked my chops and I grabbed the ball right out of the air and tried to score the ball.
I like how you said you licked your chops. I'm sure that's how you felt. Now, after making that interception, that pretty much sealed the game for you guys. So what did it mean to know that with that, you guys were pretty much going to win?
So it's been a rough 2 years for us, and we just wanted to come out here and perform well and take home the W on this 50th game and just play a real good game today.
Absolutely. You guys have now won 7 of the last 9. Are you guys about to start another streak here?
Oh, we're always looking to start a streak. Always.
And now, right before this interview, Tim, you told me that this is your final year. You are retiring after this game. How are you going to cruise off into the sunset?
I'm going to go hug my girlfriend, and I'm going to take off right over there into that tunnel and start the party.
All right. Indeed. Well, Tim, you deserve the party, as the rest of your team deserves the party. Congratulations on 27-13 victory.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Tim. Congratulations. Well, you heard that. They're going to party, and I'm sure it will be a party for them. In the meantime, I'm going to throw it back up to the party going on in the booth with Walton Company.
You know, we haven't gotten to that stage yet, Kevin, but you heard Tim. It's like he's going to go hug his girlfriend and go to a party. So far, he's the post-game winner so far.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm going to give him a big hug when I see him, too, because good for him. You know, he's been playing a long time in this game. And
he's retiring.
That was a huge, you know what?
Yeah.
That's BS, right? You say that every year. I can't tell you how many times me and Harbuck tried to retire, right?
So
After
you think
every game.
you think he may be back?
He'll be back.
Because-
Well, I'm going to tell you what. It depends. If he gets married, he won't be back.
Okay, we could go down that route. But you never ask anybody after a game.
No.
You got to let it sit for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Let everything kind of calm down. You know, it's like everybody makes snap decisions. This is my last game because you're hurt.
Well, hey, Jason Kelsey's a prime example.
Yeah.
They all said.
Yeah, he may have said he was done, and then when he got home, he's like, did I really say that? I'm going to say that I didn't say that, and I was misquoted.
Well, I'm going to think Merrill's going to look like Kelsey, too.
Thinking about it and doing it are two different things.
Don't we know that? Yes, we do know that.
Did you hear me on that, Walt?
What was that? I'm sorry.
He's going to be looking like Kelsey up in that booth in a little while with his shirt off.
That was
beers.
Not a good look. Kelsey shirtless.
Hey, God bless him for having the career. I love
Taylor
it.
Swift made him do it.
That. I love
you know what? He wouldn't have done that if Taylor Swift hadn't.
That is awesome.
You know?
Hey, my daughter, speaking of my daughter all the time, right? God bless her.
Yeah.
She goes, Dad, do you know Taylor Swift is dating? I was like, how do you know? She goes, I'm watching the game. And I go, football? She goes, yeah, Taylor's there. And I go, oh, my God.
That was when she found out.
Yeah. I go, I think it's awesome, right? Hey, here we go.
We are back live. We're getting some last instructions from our producer, Stan Bollinger. And Stan has been a big part of the Pig Bowl for, 30, 40 years. Good to have Stan back.
Longer than most, huh?
Yeah. He has been. Will, thank you again for the stats. You're amazing. Can't do it without Will. He does all the flash stats. So anytime we sound intelligent, it's something Will has done for us. So thank you again, Will. Hopefully, good luck on the High School Player of the Week coming up. And I know you guys are excited. Gary Martin and the crew are excited about that. Let's go back down to Kevin John with one of the star players. Kevin.
All right, I'm standing next to someone who made a great defensive play today. This is Mitch Nelson with the Fire team. Now, Mitch, I understand when you look at the scoreboard, you guys didn't get the W, but in your inaugural game, you came up with a huge defensive play there, that interception in the third quarter. Can you take me through that?
Really the coach called the right play at the right time. Last minute, we changed to that. It allowed me to come down, got the pick, and then unfortunately, I kind of tried to cross the field, trying to make too big of a play, and probably should have just got up the field. But it was good. It felt good to get the pick, kind of the weight off the shoulders. But, it was fun. It was a great game out there.
Good deal. It's always fun when you're getting interceptions. Now, this is your first game that you played in. What was your experience like?
It was awesome, man. I mean, just getting here this morning, just everything all around, and the helicopters flying in, it got real. It's really cool. It's for a good cause. It was awesome. It was really cool. I had a strong showing. I'm all the way from Truckee. A bunch of my friends and family came, so that was really cool to see. And yeah, it was really good.
So you'll be playing next year?
We'll see, but I think so. I think I'm kind of lured in here. It was fun. We gotta get a W. So yeah, I'll probably be back next year.
There you go. Well, maybe that's the reason why you guys lost, just so you can come back next year and redeem it.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Well, congratulations again on your interception. Even though you guys didn't win, it was still a great game. It's all for charity, so at least that's something to smile about.
Totally.
All right. Well, you enjoy the rest of your day.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. The pleasure is all mine. Now, of course, we will have many more athletes to interview here, including your players of the game, in just a second. In the meantime, I'm going to throw it back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, Kevin, and good to see him come all the way down from Truckee, and hopefully he'll be part of this game next year too, and we're looking forward to it as well. We want to share with you some final stacks, and thanks to Will James again for all his hard work here. What do you see here, both of you fine gentlemen? Mr. Kelly, as we see right here, what does this tell you as you look at it really quickly? We're just getting these right now.
Right there.
Yeah.
Turnovers.
5 turnovers to 1.
Yeah.
Everything else was fairly close.
Yeah, I would say so. Look at the penalties. 24 penalties. I called for 25. I said there'd be 25, and there were 24.
For
and that's that's way
yards.
Too many penalties.
Oh, yeah.
That's
way.
You know, and I'm not saying it's the players' fault. I'm just saying that, you know, the players and the officials, I don't know, you got to work together on something like this. That just slowed the game down quite a bit.
Well, we talked about it earlier, that penalties are equal right there, so God bless that. The refs did a great job.
Yeah.
But turnovers are going to win or lose this game, right?
But look at that, Greg. I mean, you could see it right here.
Yep.
As Doug eloquently pointed out, the stats, total offense, passing yards not that different, rushing yards, nothing really remarkable. First downs were pretty close. It was 5 turnovers to the Fire,
that's
to the 1.
I say it was still, you watch this game and it was pretty balanced, right? And both teams were equal with each other. I don't think one team's better than the other. One team had a lot more turnovers than the other team, and that's a decisive factor right there.
Okay, any last thoughts before we say goodnight?
Love you guys, man. Pleasure being here once a year, man. It's awesome.
Greg Cowett, who played in many Pig Bowls on the Sheriff's Department, World League, USC. Greg, nice to have you here in the broadcast end of things. Mr. Kelly?
Always a pleasure, and thank you. I enjoy working with both of you guys. Always have, always will.
All right, we appreciate the crew. The rodeo continuing on here as we're looking at some of the final highlights here from Pig Bowl 50, and we look forward to joining you all again at a future date at the end of January in 2025 for an entire crew led by Gary Martin of Access Sacramento, Stan Bollinger, who helped us out today, dusted Stan off. It was good to have him. Here's all the great people. You see Brianna and Rick and Steve and Paul and all of you in the truck who are in tight confines, and you're not out here where the game is, but because you're working hard. For Greg Cowett, Doug Kelly, statistician Will James, I'm a very hoarse Walt Gray, but happy to be here. We'll see you again. And Pig Bowl 50 is in the books. Good night.
Good to be a hog.